Good? Is that good? Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Whistle Stop Cafe. Thank you for joining us for what we lovingly refer to as Albertans Day. Well, this is actually the first year that I've been able to come and say something to kick this off. Usually I'm stuck in the kitchen or doing something outside. It gets quite busy. And this year we have a lot of people that helped out and got things ready in advance. So I made it, although I'm late like usual. So sorry about that.
Lol.
Do not move the podium. Stay and speak at the podium. No exceptions. Okay. Gotcha. I had a reporter from CBC call me yesterday, and they asked me if I would comment on Albertans Day. Why are we doing a day on July 1st, which is Canada Day, and calling it Albertans Day? And my response was that, you know, I don't hate Canada. I don't dislike Canada. I just feel differently now than I did 4 years ago. Some of you who were here 4 years ago, you might remember that we had a picker truck sitting right over there by the sign, and it had a big boom, and there was a 40-foot by 20-foot Canadian flag waving in the wind. Does anybody remember that? And then the next year, we had a 40-foot Alberta flag, and the next year as well, and then we donated the truck to a charity, so now we don't have the flagpole. But something changed, and I think for maybe a lot of Albertans, and maybe even a lot of Canadians, really. I went through a period of my life where we carried the flag to the place in the country where we're supposed to speak, Parliament, to send a message to government that the people were not okay with what was going on. And it was the most epic turnout of people I've ever seen in my life. Absolutely epic. There was hundreds of thousands of people showed up. And it was because we were unified as Canadians under the idea that our rights were being infringed on and we wanted the government to stop. That was our unity back then. Well, an interesting thing happened. When I came back to Alberta, as I was reading and watching the news, I discovered that people were saying that I was racist and misogynist and some ists and obias because I was carrying the Canadian flag. Oh, there we go. And that was a really strange feeling for me. That was the first time in my life where my patriotism was questioned. So in what world do people have a problem with other people carrying their national flag and speaking their mind? That's kind of what Canada is about. We're supposed to speak and discuss and vote and debate and come to the best conclusions and path forward for everyone. But during that time, I realized that that's not what we have anymore. We live in a country, and actually in Alberta, where the people that don't share our opinions they seem to be, in my experience, more inclined to cancel, so you can't have the conversation, or belittle or dehumanize you so that what you're saying is no longer relevant and no longer matters because you're less than human, or even worse, become violent. And I mean, we saw that in Edmonton in the last little while. I mean, the guy got pushed into traffic for standing there holding an Alberta flag. And these things, up until this point, they've made me question some things and change the way I'm thinking. So when the reporter asked me, why do we call it Albertans Day? Why do we do that on July 1st? I said, because what I believed Canada was doesn't exist. However, there's a growing number of people in Alberta that believe in what Canada used to be. And these people, you people, you get it? You people? These people, they understand what we believed Canada was when we were young, and we want that again, and we know we can have it. And we know we can have it by standing up for ourselves and politely saying, no, we do not wish to pursue this ideology with you, Canada. Thank you for the relationship we had in which it was unequitable and we couldn't change it, but, you know, whatever, bygones. We're going to stand on our own. We're going to self-determine. We're going to decide what laws we live under. We're going to write our own constitution, and we're going to make sure that the values that we believed Canada had when we were young prevail. Because that's what built the West. That's what freedom is. It's individual rights and liberties. So Albertans Day it's not so much a slight to Canada or Canadians. It's kind of me tipping my hat and saying, hey, you know, this is a day to celebrate the values that Canada was. And this is a day to also celebrate the opportunity that Alberta has and Albertans have to make sure that those values continue into the future. And if you drive around Alberta right now, which I've been doing, believe me, we started Let's Talk Alberta, and Shane lovingly calls it the Let's See Alberta Tour, which it really should be called that. We've been everywhere, man. What you'll see is the vast majority of the patriotism that we see and experience in Alberta today is like this. It's blue flags and blue shirts, free Alberta, Alberta Republic, those types of notions by the people. People are celebrating the opportunity that Alberta has. And because it's Canada Day, I want to make sure that everybody understands why we have this opportunity. But first, I want to explain the idea of self-determination and people's ability to do that, the people's ability to change the governance structure that they live under has not always been an easy thing. If you think about the way change happened across the vast majority of history, it isn't like this. It didn't happen by people getting together and having discussions and debate and voting. It happened by people watching their sons and their daughters walk out the door to go fight other people and then never come home, to soak the ground with their blood, and then years later, maybe sometimes decades or hundreds of years later, that earned them the right and the opportunity to self-determine, to do a by the people thing. That's the way it usually goes. Even the United States, they're about to celebrate their 250th anniversary on the 4th coming up here. 250 years of freedom, of the greatest experiment in freedom that the world has ever seen. And they prevail. Has it been perfect? No, of course not. But they have the opportunity to stay free. They had to fight for years and lose tens of thousands of lives to gain that opportunity. Now in Canada, aside from the things that we have an issue with the inequity east to west and that, Canada respects and values the sacrifice that people have made for freedom so that we have the opportunity to keep our freedom. We value that. And now, because we live in a place like Canada, a guy like me can stand on a stage like this, blocked by handsome Max, and we can share our opinions freely with very little fear of persecution. I mean, maybe we'll get pushed into traffic or a cigarette butt will be put out on our face or something like that. But for the most part, we're free to speak. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that I live in Canada and that Canada has afforded me as an Albertan the opportunity to decide whether or not I want to continue that relationship. Do you see what I'm saying? So I don't see Albertans Day as a slight to Canada or an insult. I see it as an acknowledgement that the country we live in has afforded us the opportunity to speak that we have today, and I celebrate that. And I take advantage of that opportunity, and I will share my opinion. I'll share it with anybody. I'll talk to anybody about this. I'll listen to what they have to say, and then we'll have a discussion about it. And we can do so in peace. We don't have to worry about watching our kids go to war to fight for what we believe in. We can do it ourselves through conversation. That's what Let's Talk Alberta is about. That's what Albertans Day is about. And that's what we stand for here at the Whistle Stop Cafe. Individual rights and liberties for freedom, for the opportunity to keep that freedom, and for the blessing of being able to have the conversations that lead to a better future, if we choose to have them. Can you get everybody As soon as I'm done speaking, which is going to be in like 1 minute, I'm going to have to get folks just to come real close to the stage, and Shane wants to back that trailer out of there. So we'll do that when I'm done. The last thing I wanted to say is I realize that there's a lot of people here today that have been to the Whistle Stop Cafe July 1st, some of you for 6 years. Like this year, it's, what is it, 2026? 2026 is the 7th year anniversary of me taking this place over. 7 years. On July 9th, it'll be 7 years. And I got to say, thank you. You should be clapping for yourselves, because there's no way I could have done this without you folks. I would have been dead in the water in 2021 without you folks, so thank you very much for the support. 7 years. Now, 7 years, some of you might know this, some of you don't. My exit plan for this business was 7 years. I didn't want to have a restaurant for the rest of my life. I wanted to build something, make it my own, enjoy it, and then turn it over to somebody else to do the same thing. That was my goal. And if you have a business, I think a lot of people think that way. When you're in business, you have an exit plan, because you don't want to be married to something. Now, that changed for me, of course, because this isn't just a business anymore. I mean, how many businesses do this? How many businesses are part of starting a movement that's literally changing the world? Not very many, right? So that made me rethink my exit plan. How can we build something like this together and then just sell it off to the first person that wants it and walk away? Well, I can't do that anymore. It's just not possible. I love this place. I love what it's become. I love you guys, all you people that have supported this from the very beginning. It's more than business to me. It's what's the word? It's family. It's community. Exactly. So back in May, actually last year at Albertans Day last year, you might have heard me talking about how I plan to have my semi-exit from the Whistle Stop Cafe. And since then, it's been a very slow process, because everything is slow with bureaucracy. But the idea is, we started a cooperative called the Whistle Stop Cooperative. And rather than me selling this place to the first person that comes through and bulldozes it and puts up a Denny's, what we're doing is we started a cooperative, and we're going to sell shares, legit cooperative shares registered with Service Alberta, so that you folks can own this place. So when I sell, I'm not selling it to someone so I can go and do something else. I'm giving it back and selling it back to the community that supported it in the first place. So you folks are all going to have an opportunity to own a piece of this. And then my hope is that together, and of course a cooperative is governed by a board of directors, and you guys will eventually elect those directors, this place will sustain and continue to represent what it has for the last few years. That's my goal. But at the same time, it also allows me to get out from underneath the mountain of crushing debt that we were left with over COVID, which still hasn't gone away, by the way. And no, people did not donate so that I could buy this place with no mortgage. I still have a mortgage. We raised enough for a down payment and then got into a really terrible mortgage, which somebody else very kindly bought out. So I do still have a mortgage. But that exit plan, that was kind of like me saying, okay, well, I'm 3 years, I'll be 50. Kind of want to do something where I'll be able to spend some more time with my kids, but now I can't not have this place. So that's why we started the Whistle Stop Cooperative. And I'm hoping that we have that finished this year for sure, so that people can start buying shares. Because if you think about what we do individually, right? We can do some things as individuals, but what have we done together since 2021? Think about that. We've literally changed the world starting in Alberta because we did it together. Now imagine what we could do with this place if we did it together. I mean, you should be sitting on pavement. We could do that. We could do all sorts of things. So that's the idea. Anyway, I'm very grateful for all you folks being here, and for those of you that have continued to watch online. It absolutely warms my heart to see so many people wearing my overpriced merchandise available at the Whistle Stop Cafe just right over here. That's pretty awesome. And not just because I'm a capitalist, but I really love that Alberta and Albertans are representing, and we're showing people what our opinions are. And we're using this overpriced merch to start conversations that are very important. We have the most important question that Albertans will ever be asked in October. It's a question about the future of Alberta within Confederation. It's a question of self-determination. It's a question of sovereignty. And the answer to that question, and the subsequent question after I get it, is going to change the face of Alberta for generations. The majority of us in this crowd, we probably won't see the fruits of that. It's going to be our kids and our grandkids. But because that question is so important, and because we have the opportunity to be asked that question, because of the sacrifices other people have made that aren't just their time, I believe that we have a moral obligation and a duty to learn everything we can, to have the conversations so that when we go into that question in October, we can answer it to the best of our ability. That is our civic duty, and I don't take that lightly. And while I'm sure that most people here are on the same page, if you don't share my opinion that Alberta independence is necessary and inevitable, that's okay. We just need to have the conversations, and maybe you'll have the opportunity to change my mind. So enjoy Albertans Day. We have the Whistle Bus food truck set up over there. They're doing burgers and hot dogs and fries and brisket sandwiches. The restaurant is open, although it fills up pretty quick. There's only 32 seats, so please consider the food truck. And we have a whole bunch of wonderful vendors over there selling some really, really interesting things. Please don't leave here with any cash. Only leave here with their things. That would be awesome. Oh, and there's a flag back here. If we could get you folks to come through and sign that flag when you get a chance. The idea is that we're going to get everyone to sign it, and you'll hardly be able to see the flag because the community is going to be on that flag representing our desire to build a strong, free, and prosperous Alberta together. Thank you very much. And don't forget to move so Shane doesn't run over you with that trailer.
Don't go anywhere. He doesn't know this is happening, so excuse the look of shock on his face right now. Is this the execution? Yeah. No, absolutely not. So we organized something to my name is Brandon Pringle, and we organized something to recognize Chris for everything that he has done for us, for Alberta, for our kids. And every person I talked to make this happen was like, we are so behind the cause. He has so inspired us. We are so grateful, and we are so thankful for everything that he's doing. And so Such a Time Events organized a recognition for Dr. Mackis and Dr. Hodkinson a couple years ago, and it is called the Spirit of Alberta Award. And we are going to recognize Chris with the Spirit of Alberta Award today. And I'm going to read it to you. Yeah, absolutely. Standing ovation is very welcome. Absolutely. Okay, so you can't read it from here, so I'm going to read it to you. The Spirit of Alberta Award is hereby presented to Christopher Scott in recognition of his invaluable commitment to Alberta and her people. Chris is a true hero and warrior who has stood valiantly and peacefully, speaking boldly to protect the freedoms and future of Albertans. Chris is a powerful voice defending the rights of Alberta sovereignty. His tireless advocacy has inspired countless people to cherish liberty and resist tyranny. Chris and his family bravely exhibit the spirit of independence and justice the province of Alberta was founded upon. A tireless guardian of Alberta's heritage, Chris fights every day for the people to ensure our communities and future generations can thrive in a province that puts its own first. Presented this day, July 1st, Alberta Day, 2026 in Mirror, Alberta, and you will know the truth and Woo! And we're not done. So don't forget to go and support Rocky Mountain Jewelry in Canmore. When I decided to attempt to do this, I went in with my idea with some really, really, really nice kitchen knife. But when I walked into his showroom to get him to engrave it, he said, well, I got this. How about this instead? And I'll cover half the cost. I'll throw it in. It's a custom-made knife it's a custom knife made by Rocky Mountain Custom Jewelry. And
Get closer to the mic. Get closer to the mic.
Yeah, thank you. And Carson Fletcher is a huge fan. He told me to make sure Chris knows that he put a lot of love into this. And so this is a gorgeous custom knife made in custom made in an Alberta business who is a patriot. And it has his insignia on it, and it is it engraved Chris Scott, the Spirit of Alberta Award. So let's give him a hand. Woo! This is insane. Insanely. So please be very cautious.
Wow, this is absolutely incredible. But I just had a thought. Those pictures now of me holding the knife, I'm going to be accused of violence. Wow, that's quite the honor. Thank you very much, Brandon, and thank you all. I really appreciate it. I got to go. I have a mosquito in my eye.
Brother, bless you, man. Absolutely. Yeah.
Who's going to be speaking next?
So welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out today. My name is Brandon Pringle. Brandon, like, let's go, Brandon. Exactly. So what I really want to hope to bring everyone today is what I'm finding a lot is when people have questions about why we're doing this and the purpose and the important reasons. I'm going to share with you a number of reasons right now that a lot of great people that are way more qualified than me and way more financial than me are sharing. I'm going to share the missing pieces that haven't been shared. Some of these you will know, some of them you will not. I'm going to read a quote from Clifford Sifton, a liberal, mostly likely the first liberal globalist from 100 years ago. He said this: "We desire in all Canadian patriots," remember Canadian patriots in 1904 was Ontario and Quebec, "that the great trade of the prairies shall go to enrich our people in the East, to build up our factories and our places of work, and in every legitimate way to our prosperity." Alberta was not in the picture at all. One of my good friends just sent me a picture of the newspaper of Alberta just before 1905. It was called the Alberta Sentinel. And the headline reads, "Alberta should remain independent." There were people back then that knew that the fix was in, but not enough to do something. A lot of your friends and family might be church people. And I'm here to tell you that it's very critical that you know how to reach these people. And it's very difficult to reach these people if you do not know how they think. I am a studied pastor, and I've been interviewing board members and church people all over the place. And so I know I've heard all the excuses. And so it's very important that you understand hear what I'm going to say today, so you know how to reach them. If they follow the Bible, if you don't give them a Bible reason to step up to the plate, you can't reach them. And there is a Bible verse, and it is Romans 13:1. And this is what the verse says. It says, obey the government. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Obey the government because God put it there. Now, as we all know, if we're reading a book, you got to read the whole book. You can't pull out things and claim it means something that it does not mean. And so that exact Bible verse was used and preached as the #1 Bible verse all across Germany prior to World War II. And that is why the church mostly sat on its hands and did nothing in the face of the most evil, wicked tyranny in history. Before World War II, it was used to justify slavery. So it's very important and critical that you know enough about the Bible to be able to tell them they're wrong. Hosea 8:4 in the Bible says this. Lamentations 3:35 says they deprived the people of their God-given rights in defiance of the Most High. So that Bible verse lays out that human rights come from God. They do not come from Trudeau. They do not come from government. Second, it's laying out that any government that interferes with the rights of the people is in defiance of God. And these things are what church people need to hear. Secondly, Hosea 8:4 says this. They have made, God is speaking in this verse, and he says, they have made kings, but not by me. They have made princes, and I knew them not. And so you can trust the Bible that when you're speaking to these people, you're not going to convince them. Just plant the seed. All you do is plant the seed. God will worry about growing it and watering it. Now, another thing that everyone really needs to know is how many, does anybody know how many people have died waiting for surgery since 2018? Guess, biggest crazy guess. 100,000 people are dead. 100,000 people. And people might not like me saying this, but it's a genocide. It's a genocide. I figured it out, okay? 100,000 people at $100,000 a surgery, that's $10 billion. Trudeau spent $11 billion promoting gender propaganda in Africa. This is deliberate. This is not negligence. Okay? Now, I want to tell you, now, only $10 billion, 100,000 Canadians could have gone to America and had their lives saved. That's our moms. That's our dads. That's our cousins. My sister has been waiting 2 years for a surgery. My brother has a huge growth on his neck. He's been waiting 2 years for surgery. Nothing. They could have been sent to the States. The wait time in the States is 28 days. There's no reason for people not to get these surgeries. And so this Alberta independence is a life or death mission. That doesn't mean we're not peaceful. Absolutely, we're peaceful. But the mission is literally life and death. That is what is on the line here. By the end of today, 75 more people will be dead waiting for surgery at the current rate. And I have all the data right in front of me. So anybody that wants to claim, this is LiveStream media information. This isn't InfoWars or something that people might say is not credible. Now, I want to give you what the criminal code says about causing death by criminal negligence, because that's what Carney and Trudeau are guilty of. They are guilty of causing death by criminal negligence. This is a penalty. It is defined when a person doing anything or omitting something they have a legal duty to do shows wanton or reckless disregard for the lives or safety of other persons. Every person who by criminal negligence causes death to another person is guilty of an indictable offense up to imprisonment for life. It is a form of culpable homicide. The maximum sentence is life in prison. So if our friends and family do not understand why we need to be free, this is why. It's not greedy Albertans. This is literally life and death. No money should be going to Africa to teach people about how boys can be girls. Right? I think this crowd agrees. And this is what we're up against. Chris was just talking about this. He said, this is Canadian Senator Paula Simons. Canadian Senator Paula Simons said this from Ched Edmonton, you know, our NDP hotbed there. She said, well, I think, to be blunt, and I will be blunt, that a lot of the emotion that's driving the Alberta Prosperity Project is ugly. It's not about making an argument about Tidewater and pipelines. It's xenophobic, racist, frankly, misogynistic, anti-woman, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to give her any more time. But this is what we are all up against. And so I want to encourage you all, thank you so much for being here today. Continue to give people this information, like 100,000 people dying waiting for surgery. There's no comeback to that. You don't need to try to convince them after that. You've planted the seed. Trudeau cost Canada $1 trillion. Since the Liberals have been in power, this is a RBC banking report, $1 trillion of investment left Canada. $1 trillion left Canada since 2015. Now, do you think we can get people proper health care with $1 trillion? Yeah, absolutely. Do you think we can build proper housing for low-income families with $1 trillion? Absolutely. Let me tell you, Saudi Arabia isn't having problems with surgery. Norway isn't having any problems with surgery. They have a $2 trillion wealth fund. They have the exact same population. But the government isn't keeping the people down. We just want to work. We don't want government handouts. The second $1 trillion that Trudeau cost us is, does anybody know that Poland came and begged Trudeau for gas? Does anybody know that Germany came and begged for gas? And Japan and Poland, and they said no. That cost us $1 trillion. That is absolutely, I know I'm supposed to watch my words, but that is insane. Absolutely insane. I'm getting closer to the end here. Thanks for bearing with me. So I just want to encourage one last thing. Alberta is leading the way on things. And when a plane, what do they tell you when they're warning you to get on a flight? If something goes wrong, what do they tell you to do with the mask? Exactly. Put yours on first. It doesn't mean that you don't care about your own child sitting beside you. Albertans love this landmass, China. We love this landmass. What we are doing is putting our mask on first. And the rest of the provinces, and there's a lot of people in the other provinces that are cheering us on. They're just not going to print it in the newspaper. And Alberta is leading the way regarding the mutilation of children that's going on. We have stepped up to the plate, and this province is the only province in this country that they do not allow the surgical sexual mutilation of children. We're on the 95-yard line, though. We still allow 16 and 17-year-olds to get hormone blockers. And we are launching a nationwide campaign to end the surgical sexual mutilation of children. There's so many people that say, I want to do something, I don't know what to do. It's so simple. I'm going to give you something that you can do that's going to take you literally 15 to 30 seconds once every 2 weeks. And you can really make a serious difference. It is called the Luke. Oh, there's something else. Before I do that, I got to say something else. If there's anyone here today that doesn't believe in God, I love you. I want to meet you. Please come and introduce yourself to me. I forgot to mention that I'm a studied pastor. What I want you to know is this. Pastors and people that don't believe in God should be best friends. And that sounds like a crazy statement, Brandon, but hear me out. I'll tell you why. We have freedom of speech that never existed for all of human history. For the 6,000 years of human history, we have never had freedom of speech. If you didn't say stuff that the government, meaning the king, didn't like, they would kill you or put you in prison. So believers in God who lived in Europe, who were being imprisoned and tortured and burned at the stake, left Europe to come and found a place in North America where you could have freedom of speech. And so it's the first amendment in the US Constitution, and we benefited from that. So we get freedom of speech, and atheists get freedom of speech because pastors won that for them. If you want to run around and tell in other countries around the world, about 100 of them, that there is no God, they'll cut your head off. So atheists should be very grateful and thankful for pastors who believe in God, who won them the right to go everywhere and talk all the time, all day if they want, about how they believe there is no God. So the freedom of speech is absolutely critical, and that is another thing, of course, that we are fighting and that we are up against here. Bill C-4. How many people know what Bill C-4 is? Okay, right now, the law right now that Pierre Poilievre voted for puts anybody in here in prison if they tell a kid that if they say a boy can't be a girl. That's the law right now in this country, and it's 5 years in prison. So we're losing our freedom, but we've actually lost it already. So, I mean, thank God that all of you are here right now and you're awake, but we need to know the things to say to people to help them get awake. And so finally, I'm just going to end with, we're launching the Luke 18 project, and the Luke 18 project is a story that comes from the Bible. And in this story, there is a widow, and she has a very major problem. She has been mistreated, and she's had injustice. And so the story goes that she's going to this unjust judge, and this judge doesn't care about anybody. He doesn't care about justice. He doesn't fear people, and he doesn't fear God. But she kept badgering him and badgering him and badgering him and badgering him. And the story says that if I do not give her justice, she will drive me crazy. And so she got justice. And so all we're simply going to do, and you'll be able to go on our website, suchatime.ca, and it takes 15 seconds to put your first name only, your phone number, and what day you want to be reminded to call your MP. We even have a script on the site, and it just sends you a text on Monday morning or at 9, or whenever you pick, and says, hey, remember, it's your day to call your MP. And that's it. That's all you do. If just everybody today did this here, every MLA in this riding, every MP in the nation would get 10 phone calls a day, 5 days a week. It's so simple, it's basically impossible not to do. So I really encourage you all to do this. I'm going to be here for the most of the day. So please come and talk to me if you know church pastors, if you know church board members. Say, I know what your book says about what you are supposed to be doing. Why aren't you doing it? And let me tell you, the atheist that had me on his show was very, very open to that message. He wants to talk to church people and ask them, why are you not doing anything? Why are you not being the Good Samaritan? How many people know the story of the Good Samaritan? Okay, good. So this is what I've learned about most of the church people that I've bumped into. In that story, they think they are the Good Samaritan. Pastors tell me, you're preaching to the choir. No, the choir sings. The choir's actually doing something. Don't tell me you're preaching to the choir. You're the choir if you're actually doing something. And agreeing with something that I'm saying is not doing something. Faith without works is dead. You are never going to get a harvest if you don't plant seed. And so thank you all for coming today and putting up with me for this time. I appreciate you all. Thank you for standing up for Alberta. And it's an absolute total honor to be standing here in front of such incredible, awesome, generous Alberta patriots. Thank you. All right. Do you have a bio? Do you have a bio? Okay, that's okay. I'll wing it. I have the incredible honor of introducing Dr. Michael Wagner. Yeah, absolutely. Woo!
Dr. Wagner.
Yes, Dr. Michael Wagner. And for those of you who don't know him, you need to, you have a book table here, right? You need to get over to his book table and you need to buy at least 2 or 3 of his books so that you can give them to your friends, okay? Many years ago, he wrote a book called No Other Option. And the people that are getting on board now, he was writing about this 20 years ago or longer, 40. Yeah. So he's the guy that you need to talk to. You need to go buy his book. He's a tireless 13 kids, right? 11, sorry. I was close. I was only 2 off. Yeah, so he's a tireless Alberta patriot. He knows his history, and it's an I've had him come and speak at one of my conferences twice now, actually. And he's a wealth of knowledge, and he's a total patriot, and he loves this province. And he has been a road warrior for over a decade, trying to get the word out, trying to wake people up to what we are facing that we could lose here. And so please welcome Dr. Michael Wagner.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Go ahead.
Oh, can you take your...
Yeah, I'll get it out of your way.
I just got to put this in.
Yeah,
Great, thank
absolutely.
you.
So
thanks
he
so much.
said don't move and watch the screen. Make sure you don't move so he doesn't lose you.
Oh, okay.
Michael, I'm watching you.
You know, I could hear Max when I was standing over there, and I couldn't see him, and I was wondering, where is he? You know, and I didn't realize he was in a tent behind me here, but I'll do the best I can.
That's fine.
So if you don't know who Max is the Freedom Movement's main videographer.
Freedom Calendar.
Yes, and for Canada. Yeah.
Calendar.
So I appreciate Max so much and what he's done, and I hope he gets the recognition that he deserves. He's done so much for all of us. So I'm glad to have Max here. and I'll try and do my best not to get out of his camera here. So
Ooh, don't get scared. I know I'm a scary guy, but I'm not that scary.
yeah. Anyway, so the purpose of me coming here is I want to talk about why Alberta independence is the way to preserve what was best about Canada. You know, Canada was once a great country. For its first 100 years or so, Canada was known for exceptional national projects. We built a railway across the northern part of the continent. We built a country out of a rough and cold wilderness, and we turned that wilderness into a prosperous and vibrant community, and our military was known for its effectiveness in war around the world. But since the 1960s, Canada has changed. Liberal leaders decided to remake Canada into a different kind of country, one that prioritized leftist social engineering over the country's historic identity and achievements. Now, this transformation by the Liberals was noticed by and criticized by some Canadian patriots. I think the best and clearest critic was Ted Byfield of Alberta Report magazine. Now, Ted Byfield actually grew up in Toronto, but he moved to Alberta and he became a fervent Alberta patriot and a fervent defender of Alberta as the publisher of Alberta Report magazine. Now, when Byfield was growing up in Toronto, he talked about how Canadians back in those days, like say in the 30s or 40s, still thought of themselves as British North Americans. Our flag at that time, you know, was the Union Jack, or at least the Canadian ensign, the red ensign, which had the Union Jack in the upper right corner. And the Union Jack is actually comprised of 3 crosses: the Cross of St. George of England, the Cross of St. Andrew of Scotland, and the Cross of St. Patrick of Ireland. So it was an explicitly Christian symbol. But of course, in 1965, our Prime Minister, Lester Pearson, changed that flag. He got rid of our old historic flag with its Christian symbolism and replaced it with the maple leaf flag, you know, which has the maple leaf of the sugar maple, which is a tree that doesn't even grow in Western Canada. So we lost the Christian symbolism and replaced it with that pantheistic symbolism. And the change in the flag was representative or symbolic of the change that was coming to Canada in terms of turning away from our historical identity. Now, when you weaken a nation's historical or national identity, people will then identify, rather than identifying with their nation, they'll identify with their province or their region. So many people in Canada do identify more with their province or their region. And this is an important point because sometimes Albertans who support independence are accused of being disloyal to Canada. But that's not true. Albertans who support independence are often those who remember and deeply love the Canada that existed before the Liberals wrecked it. So by 1980, you know, Pierre Trudeau had been Prime Minister for 12 years or so, and Ted Byfield identified by then that there was already 2 Canadas, Old Canada and New Canada. Old Canada was founded essentially by John A. Macdonald, which gave us a constitution in 1867. And New Canada was essentially founded by Pierre Trudeau with his new constitution of 1982. So there's 2 different prime ministers, 2 different constitutions, and essentially 2 different countries. Now, Ted Byfield wrote about the difference between Old Canada and New Canada, and I just want to read a passage here where he talks about that. This is what Ted Byfield wrote. Old Canada had some harsh laws, but was safe to live in. New Canada has enlightened, lenient laws and is increasingly unsafe to live in. Old Canada was generally committed to the free enterprise system, modified where necessary. New Canada is increasingly committed to the socialist system, magnified where unnecessary. Old Canada met its military obligations, in fact served magnificently in 2 world wars. New Canada has virtually no army and has reneged on its military obligations. Old Canada was frugal and poor but paid its way. New Canada runs at a $14 billion deficit. Now, that was $14 billion in 1980, so that'd be a much larger figure today. But these are 2 very different countries. So the question arises as to which country is worthy of support. And Ted Byfield went on to write, when people put the question, are you loyal to Canada? I have to ask, to which Canada? The one we used to know? Or the one which Mr. Trudeau is forcing upon us? I certainly felt part of the first, but that country doesn't seem to be there anymore. About the second, I have grave doubts. So it's not a question of being disloyal to Canada. It's a question of determining which Canada to be loyal to. Our national identity was constantly under assault from Pierre Trudeau, but to be loyal to Pierre Trudeau's new Canada is to be disloyal to the historic old Canada. Pierre Trudeau transformed Canada into a different kind of country, one that's no longer recognizable to many of us. Now, how did Trudeau fundamentally transform our country? Well, if you want to fundamentally transform a country, you change its constitution. The constitution is the fundamental document that establishes a country, that establishes its government and its different rights and responsibilities of its governments and its citizens. So when you change the constitution, you change the country. And this is something that Pierre Trudeau understood very well. He did not like the Canada he became prime minister of, and he wanted to fundamentally change it, and so he did. So in 1968, actually, when Pierre Trudeau was still Justice Minister, he put forward his proposal for Canada to adopt the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and his proposal was actually published by the government in a book form. So in this document, Trudeau argued that without constitutional entrenchment or an explicitly listed enumerated rights in the Constitution, that we actually don't have rights protection. Like there's different ways of protecting rights in the Western tradition. Historically, in the British tradition, we have like rights protection through common law and our historic ways and practices. That's the way Canada and Britain had protected rights forever up until that point. And then the Americans had an explicitly enumerated Bill of Rights. And Trudeau liked the American system and wanted Canada's system to be more like the American one. So he wanted an explicitly enumerated Bill of Rights, which he called the Charter of Rights. He said that's the only way to guarantee the protection of our rights. But historically, actually, that's not true. Like when you look at Canada in 1968, we didn't have a Charter of Rights, and yet rights protection in Canada was stronger than any other country in the world. In 1968, when Trudeau became Prime Minister, there wasn't a single country in the world that had better rights protection. There was other countries that had similar rights protection, like New Zealand or Australia, but no country had better rights protection, even the United States. But Trudeau was able to convince people that we needed a Charter of Rights with explicitly enumerated rights, and it's actually easy to convince people to believe that, because when you say to someone, don't you want your rights written into the Constitution, just about everybody's going to say, yes, I want my rights written into the Constitution. So in arguing this way, Trudeau was actually able to convince enough people that we needed a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and so that was adopted into our Constitution in 1982. Now, even though it was adopted in 1982, the governments, the provincial and federal governments, were given 3 years to change their laws before the Charter came fully into effect, because there were going to be laws at the provincial and federal level that conflicted with the Charter. So it was a 3-year period for the federal and provincial governments to change their laws to conform them to the Charter before the Charter came fully into effect, at least the equality rights section. So in 1985, when it's about to come fully into effect, our Justice Minister was John Crosbie of the Mulroney government. And this is what our Justice Minister said publicly just when the Charter was about to become fully into effect. John Crosbie said this: "The public does not realize that we already have a revolution in society. The adoption of a charter was a revolution. It has changed the whole power structure of Canadian society. It has taken tremendous power from governments and given it to the courts of Canada, the Supreme Court of Canada, which is not widely realized. Therefore, we are in a whole new legal environment in Canada. There has been a revolutionary change." So who told us that the Charter was going to bring revolutionary change? Like Pierre Trudeau did not tell us that. But over the next few years, many laws and policies were struck down. Many Canadian and provincial laws were struck down as a result of the Charter. So that we were told that the Charter was going to protect our rights, but what the Charter delivered instead was a fundamental restructuring of our country. That's the revolutionary change that John Crosbie talked about. Now, Dr. William Gardner in 1994, he wrote that the Charter was, quote, "an entire state enterprise for the reshaping of Canada." He went on to write that Pierre Trudeau viewed the Constitution, quote, "as a means to the achievement of some ideal state, an instrument for forcing society into a predetermined social and political mold." And indeed, this is exactly what Pierre Trudeau achieved. With his so-called Charter of Rights, he essentially refounded Canada as a different kind of country, one that fit his ideological program. Each and every day, courts across Canada enforce Trudeau's vision of Canada using his Charter of Rights. In this sense, Pierre Trudeau rules Canada from the grave. He is dead but not gone. His ideology continues to shape our country and will continue to do so thanks to the Charter. And I have a really good example of this actually from earlier this year. Ted Morton, who used to be Finance Minister for Alberta, and he was also a university professor at the University of Calgary for 30 years or so, he wrote a column for the National Post Online saying, "The Charter is gutting the provinces and the data proves it." And what he's talking about here is, every year provincial laws are challenged under the Charter and they go to the Supreme Court. Often the Supreme Court will strike down those provincial laws. Now, this has been going on for over 40 years, like as long as the Charter's been in effect. So every year, more and more provincial laws are struck down, and this weakens the provinces. So over time, the provinces are becoming weaker and weaker and weaker within Canada, and this is the result of the Charter that Trudeau brought in. And so, Trudeau's been dead for more than 20 years, yet his ideological program is still being implemented because his Charter is part of our Constitution. Now, besides changing our Constitution, Pierre Trudeau wanted to change Canada's sense of identity. So what did Trudeau and the Liberals want instead of our historical identity? Well, if you remember in 2015, after Justin Trudeau was elected Prime Minister, the New York Times interviewed Justin Trudeau, and Justin Trudeau told the New York Times that Canada has no core identity, that Canada is the first post-national state. And the New York Times mentioned that with Justin talking this way, he was the avatar of his father's vision. He was fulfilling what his father wanted for Canada by saying that Canada was a post-national state with no core identity. So instead of Canada's historical identity, what did the Liberals want for Canada? What did the Trudeaus want to be our national identity? Instead of our historical identity and the things I've talked about, they wanted Canada to be identified by abstract universal concepts. And what are those abstract universal concepts? Diversity, tolerance, inclusivity, multiculturalism. These were the things that the Liberals want to be our Canadian identity instead of the history that we actually have. But many people still remember the old Canada and what it meant. And we want our country back. This is why we support Alberta independence. Good old Canada has vanished. In its place, we have new Trudeau Canada, which reeks of wokeism, socialism, and an emerging police state. But an independent Alberta can and will uphold the noble traditions and freedoms of the original Canadian dream. Thank you. I think I'm supposed to introduce somebody. Okay. Okay, so this is Adam Durges. Is that how you pronounce the last name? Okay, and he's the host of the Army of Great Men podcast. So please welcome Adam. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a
Great
reminder
job,
to
Michael.
stay on the podium and just speak loudly, please.
Sorry, what was that?
Just to speak louder and stay on the podium.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's law of physics. I can't change them unless I pay more carbon taxes, I guess.
Okay, a little housekeeping issue. I've been asked to tell everybody there are porta potties back there, so you don't have to wait in line in the cafe. Guys, this is great. Thanks for having me here today. Thanks, Chris, for inviting me. This is awesome. So, full confession. I'm not from Alberta originally. Like most of the best people in the world, I'm from Saskatchewan. Grew up in hey, there you go. Sometimes that doesn't go over so well. But I grew up in a very small town, a town called Craven, Saskatchewan, actually. The original home of the Big Valley Jamboree. Got a couple stories I probably won't tell on this microphone about Craven, but it was a lot of fun back growing up. It was great. So I respect small town prairie folks like nobody else. They're the best people on the planet. Absolutely love it. And I'm guessing that just about everybody here is from a town with less than 3 stop signs. So thanks for coming. This is awesome. This is a weird Canada Day, isn't it? Did anybody else wake up feeling a little funny today? Feeling a little different? Yeah, it's Independence Day. You know, I've gone through phases with Canada Day through my life. You know, for most of my life, it was one of my favorite days of the year. It was something I was incredibly proud of. I can't tell you how many times I've shed a tear to our national anthem. Then for about a decade, I was met with anger on Canada Day, angry at what this place is becoming. And today, if I'm being honest, I woke up with sadness. I'm sad. I'm sad this might be our last Canada Day, but I hope it will be. It's weird to think that next July 1st, I'll care about as much as my ex-wife's birthday. That's a strange thing. But it is sad, right? Because I think for the people who really understand what's at stake here, we understand better than everybody, or better than anybody, what this country used to be and how great it was. And I don't know about you, but I don't take pleasure in playing a role in breaking this country up. I don't. It's not something I'm happy about. It's not something I'm looking forward to. But it's something we have to do. And sometimes, actually more often than not, the right thing and the hard thing are the same. And I can't look at my kids in the eye and tell them that I'm just going to sit back and watch this place burn and we're going to go down with it. I can't ask them to not get on a life raft when there's one right there. Go down with the sinking ship. I can't do it. So I'm sad about this. I hate that this is happening. But as Michael said, this isn't the same country that it was 12 years ago, 20 years ago. This country isn't my home anymore. Does it feel like your home? It doesn't. I have a background in finance and work with a very interesting company, and we've got a mergers and acquisitions department, and you know, sometimes there's cases where you see a company that you know it's past the tipping point, like you know it can't be saved, and it sucks. And if you just let the emotion drive the bus. What you do is you just, fight to hang and claw and keep it going for as long as you can. But when you do that, the whole company dies. And that's sort of the way I look at Canada, because the right answer in those situations is you take the piece of that company that's working and you carve it off and you let it survive, because you know the rest of the company is going to go down. And that doesn't mean you take pleasure in the people who aren't on the part that survives. You don't. It sucks. It's brutal. It's not something you're happy about, but you have to do what it takes to keep the healthy part alive. And if you look at Canada right now, we're standing in us in Saskatchewan, we're the healthy part. We're the part that's worth saving. It's not that the rest isn't worth saving, of course. I mean, there's people. There's great people. It's not that they're not worth saving, but they can't be. And it's ironic. How do I say this? The word traitor is getting thrown around a lot these days, right? And I don't feel like a traitor. I don't feel good about what's happening, but I don't feel like a traitor. I feel like someone who's trying to do what's right for my family, for my province, for my friends, for my community, because it's the right thing to do. I don't take pleasure in this, but the ironic thing is the people who've driven this country to the place that it is, to the ditch that it's in, took great pleasure in doing it along the way. It's lazy to say that Justin Trudeau is dumb. He's not dumb. It's deliberate. Everything he did to this country was with a plan, with an agenda. None of it was accidental. Every step was deliberate. He fooled us into thinking he was dumb. And don't get me wrong, he's not going to win the Nobel Prize for anything anytime soon. He's not the smartest guy in the world, but the agenda was deliberate. And I find it ironic that the people who vote for that deliberate agenda continually call us traitors and themselves patriots.
That's right.
It's a strange thing. I want to tell you guys some numbers about Canada right now, just to tell you just how divided we are as a nation. So I did an analysis one day. I had some time and I got a spreadsheet out, and I was looking at the way that Canada votes. And we have this illusion in Canada that the left and right are maybe a little closer than we think. So we've got 4 left-wing parties in Canada and 1 right-wing party, right? The only reason any election is even close, the only reason one's even close, is because they split their vote 4 ways and we only have 1. So if you take Alberta and Saskatchewan out of Canada, so Alberta and Saskatchewan in the last federal election voted 63% right-wing, okay? If you take Alberta and Saskatchewan out of the voting pool, the rest of Canada voted 62.5% left of center. 62.5% after whatever the hell that was that we experienced for 10 years under Trudeau. Like, you'd think if at any point they would be ready for change, it would be then. 62.5% of Canada voted left of center. Just to put that into perspective for you, California voted 57% left of center in the last election. That was the turning point for me. That was when I knew that this place was not my home anymore. Do you guys think California's going to vote Republican anytime soon? Well, they're closer than the rest of Canada. They are closer to voting a Republican president in than the rest of Canada is to voting a conservative government in. They keep voting for what we're seeing. The crime, the immigration, the fiscal policies, the trade agreements. Today is the last day of our trade agreement. Like, we think it's been bad before. What happens when that thing gets torn up? We've had all these jobs get lost. We're the only G7 country in a recession. Oh yeah, but it's not that bad. Whatever you keep telling yourself. The sad part about this nation is that most of the people think it's going well. And that's okay. Because the truth is, the biggest problem with this country is the fact that our values are no longer aligned. I like the way Keith Wilson talks about it. This country is too big to be united anymore. It's just too big. It doesn't make sense. So for me, that last election, that was the last straw. And I respect the heck out of anybody who still wants to fight for more. I get it, you guys. I get it. Nobody loved Canada more than me. I still love Canada. So I respect the people that are fighting to make a better deal. But for those people, I hope they've drawn their line. Because my line got crossed in that last federal election. And the question that I ask everybody every time, like someone who is not happy but they're still waiting for a better deal, I ask the same question every time. Where's your line? Where's your line? Where is enough enough? Have you decided yet? Is it when the MOU gets yanked out from underneath our feet? Is it when the recession gets worse? Is it when this trade agreement means we're going to lose more jobs? Is it when our kids definitely can't afford a home? Is it when our kids can't get a job? When's your line? Because just like that company I talked about, where the romantic soul wants to do everything they can to save, and we'll just fight and save it for as long as you can, we have a responsibility to do what's right for our kids. We have a responsibility to not let our emotion drive the bus and to look at this thing practically and look at this nation for what it is. This nation is broken. Alberta is not. This nation is broken. Saskatchewan is not. So we can go down with the ship or we can fly away. And the responsibility that we have to our kids, if and when we pull this off, the responsibility changes, and that responsibility to me changes to be hope for the rest of the world. Because I don't know about you, but I've looked at the map. I've done my research to know where I'm going to go if this place gets worse. Like if we lose this referendum, and I think we've all thought, well, shoot, where are we going to go if that happens, right? I've looked. Wouldn't it be fun to be that answer for the rest of the world? The people who talk about, well, no, if Alberta separates, I'm out of here. Okay. Don't worry, there's going to be a lineup. The best job in this province the day after that referendum is going to be a realtor. There's going to be a lot of movement. And I giggle when, sorry, I don't want to make this a left or right issue, but I have to for a minute because it's too funny. I always laugh when people say, well, yeah, but if you leave, all the Liberals are going to go. And I say, oh, my God, what are we going to do without the Liberals? We'll be okay. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. But think about how exciting it is, getting back to the happy part, think about how exciting it is to think about getting rid of all the red tape, getting rid of all the crap, all the stuff that prevents us from fixing this place, starting over. Could you imagine? Think about rebuilding a healthcare system that actually works. Think about new fiscal policies that can take us where we need to be. Think about getting rid of the red tape for housing development. Think about all the things that we can't do right now because we've had decades and decades and decades of red tape and things in our way that are undoable. You can't undo them. Fresh Alberta could. You imagine? Brings a tear to my eye. Guys, I'm going to challenge everybody here. I know everybody here is brave, but I'm going to challenge you to get braver. Because one of the lessons during COVID, this is one of the things that I really shook my head at when it was all said and done. Years after, so I didn't get vaccinated. Years after COVID, I didn't get vaccinated, but I got tricked into thinking like I was all alone in this, like there was hardly anybody else, right? Prior to the convoy, prior to guys like Chris Scott, they had us thinking that, there's just a few crazies that didn't get this done. And then all of a sudden we see the Freedom Convoy and we go, holy cow, there's more of them. I'm not alone. Well then, but years down the road, I found out, at the golf course I played at, that a whole bunch of my friends didn't get it done. They just didn't tell anybody. And it made me mad because I thought, well, maybe if they were louder, maybe if we were all louder, maybe everybody else would have been more brave. And right now they're pulling the same trick with this independence movement. They've got a lot of people convinced that there's just a few of us whack jobs out there that want to actually leave, that there's only a few. It's not true. It's not true. There's hundreds of thousands of people who are doing this silently. They're quietly sitting there, but they still see the polls and they still see, well, shoot, this is never going to happen. I'm not going to tell people I'm doing this. Well, you know how we get them to get brave? We learn from the mistakes of the last time, and we get loud. We wear our heart on our sleeve, put bumper stickers on your car, wear a hoodie, wear a hat, wear a pin, tell people. Let your friends and neighbors know, hey, by the way, case you're wondering, this is what I'm doing. Put a sign on your lawn. You think that stuff is about selling merch. I don't care about selling merch. I care about winning this damn thing. And we are all walking billboards. We are walking billboards for this. And you know what the best part about bravery is, you guys? It's contagious. Bravery is wonderfully contagious. And so it's time for us all to get brave and to let everybody know that it's okay to think like this. And it's okay to want this. And there's no shame. When someone calls you a traitor, you smile. Thanks. Last thing I'm going to say, you guys. So I've been involved some in front of the scenes, a lot behind the scenes, but I want to give you guys some hope, and I'll just ask you to trust me. I'm not trying to sound arrogant when I say this, but I've been in a lot of meetings. I've sat with a lot of the people who've been sort of jockeying for position, for leadership in this thing. I have so much hope, you guys, for what's happening now with Keith Wilson and Tanya Clements. Tanya's at the back there. Oh my God, I love Tanya Clements. When I met her husband, I said, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm in love with your wife. It's a true story. He laughed. My girlfriend didn't laugh. Tanya did. Guys, I sit in these meetings. I watch it. I've coached, I don't know how many business owners, like hundreds and hundreds of business owners. I've worked with business owners for the last 15 years in this province. I know what leadership looks like. I know what works. I know what doesn't. I've watched people in this movement jockey for position because they want a statue built for them later. They want the power. They want this. They want that. Tanya and Keith were so reluctant to do this. They don't want to do this. They're doing it because they have to. Keith Wilson shut down his law practice. He shut it down. You talk about sacrifice. He shut it down so he can focus on this with everything he's got. Could you imagine? That's the commitment. He's not doing this for power. He's not doing this for glory. He's doing it because he looked around and enough people, like me and Tanya and some others, said, Keith, it's got to be you, man. And finally he said, okay, I'll do it. Put your voice behind this man. I'm telling you, because the people the undecided, you know what they're looking for? They're looking for a leader and they're looking for a plan. And we've got it. It's coming. So shout it from the rooftops, you guys. That is our role. Our role as feet on the ground is to make sure that everybody else knows who to look to. And what you'll find is when you start hearing them and you start hearing their plan and you start hearing their words and hearing their tone and seeing the confidence they have and where we're going to go, you talk about contagious, it's going to be contagious. It's going to make COVID look like a day off. It's exciting, you guys. So with that said, I just want to show you guys, this is my favorite hoodie. Because unlike the other elections, like think about a normal provincial or federal election, right? Normal federal election, you win your seat by 1 or you win it by 10,000, it doesn't matter, it's just one seat. It's not how this one works, is it? In the last federal election, Fort McMurray was the highest concentration to one party of any constituency in the entire country. Did you know that? 82% voted for Conservatives. And a lot of people stayed home because they already knew it was done. But that only counts as one seat. It's not how it works in the referendum. The referendum, every vote counts. We don't have constituencies in this referendum. This thing, you guys, is going to be won and lost on 2 things, rural Alberta and voter turnout. Because I can tell you right now, there's a lot of people that don't even know this thing's happening. But everybody who wants out, we are going to have 100% voter turnout. 100%. And for people in Rimbey or Fort McMurray or Spruce Grove, Edson, you name it, for the first time ever, our vote really counts. So make sure you use it wisely. That said, I'm going to call it a day. Thanks, you guys. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. Thanks, Chris Scott, for having me. This is awesome. You people are great. Thank you.
Let's just give Adam a quick hand again. Thank him. All right. One thing that I don't think that gets said enough, and I'm sure I would get castigated being a pastor if I didn't say, be nice to people. Bless those who curse you. Do good to those who despitefully use you. Most of them are confused. But it's really good to know what you're up against. 20% are like literally diehard communists. Like they know exactly what they're doing and their plan is evil and they want evil implemented. But 80% are clueless. They've been virtue signaled. They've been told, well, this is good and it's kind and it's wonderful to give all the money away of hard-earning taxpayers to people that don't want to work, to people that aren't interested in doing their fair share. I mean, that's what is so attractive about communism. You just kill other people and take their stuff. You don't actually work for a living. Well, I have the privilege and honor of introducing, and he said I can call him his friend, so that means something. The wonderful, amazing Jason Levine. Yeah, come on. And if you're not watching his show, you need to get watching it right away. He has decades of business, legal experience. Besides the thing that he's known for the most, the Levine Show, the fact that he covered that trial in Lethbridge, right? Yeah, like astounding. Every day. I like to show up for things, but honestly, I could not have done that. I'll be honest with you. So thank you for being so consistent and giving people courage. And the other thing that he's very well known for is the shot. The Sean Hartman story. And for anybody that isn't quite knowing his story, you need to get on YouTube and check it out. And you also need to check out what the government is saying about this. In 2024, the government released a report. It's online right now. You can go see it yourself. If you can't find it, I'll help you. 58,000 injuries, almost 7,000 critical injuries and deaths. Some of those are in my family. And 96 spontaneous abortions. That's right on the government website for everyone to read. And they shut it down tracking 2 years ago. If it was safe and effective, why would they have shut it down 2 years ago? Well, most of us know the reason why. So I thank you for being here, all you guys. And please, let's give a warm welcome for Jason Levine.
Do you know, guys, that we have 200 people watching online right now?
Sounds like the voice of God. Where are you, Max? Oh, he's back there. Okay. That was kind of weird. Well, everybody, welcome to the Whistle Stop Mosquito Blood Drive. You're all doing your part. They feel like liberals just blood sucking, don't they? I did notice that there was no land acknowledgement. So follow me in one. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm standing on the permanently ceded land of Treaty 6 in the town of Mere, currently the province of Alberta, and the future nation of Alberta. So my name is Jason Levine. I'm the host of The Levine Show, father of two, husband of one. Sorry, Adam, I'm going to try and keep it that way. I don't want to remember other birthdays. And what I like to do is kind of sit down and have conversation with people, do a lot of listening. The great philosopher of our time, Judge Judy, said you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And I took that to heart, because listening is how we actually learn. Several years ago, was I was sitting in my fifth wheel. We were planning to kind of semi-retire. We moved out, we escaped from Ontario in 2021. And I actually say that because when you left and crossed the border to Manitoba, it was open. But coming in, there was a checkpoint. You had to prove your business, prove your reason for coming into Ontario. That's what it was like in 2021 of May. So we came out to Alberta, and the very first thing we noticed was no masks. People were in the parks. God bless you all. And one of the first person, for sure, one of the first person we spoke to, we said, we've noticed you guys aren't wearing masks out here. And her answer was, we believe in God, and God's got our shield for us. So we don't need that kind of crap. I knew I was home at that moment. Now, just like Adam, I wasn't born in Alberta. I was actually born in northern Manitoba, like right on the border to the Northwest Territories. And yeah, that town doesn't exist anymore. It was an old mining town. But I always knew I belonged in the West. I spent a lot of time growing up in Winnipeg and Saskatoon, learning some things, being a young man, getting into trouble, yes. But then I went out east, kind of chasing my computer ambitions, a software guy. And I'm wondering, did I make the right choice? It's a very different lifestyle. Anybody here spend time in Ontario, like the GTA area? Yeah. You know it's different. Because when I would walk the streets in Winnipeg or Saskatoon, you would say hi to people when you pass. And they would acknowledge and say hello back. But the first time I did that in the Toronto area, I was scowled. Like someone scowled at me. Like, how dare you talk to me? Like, we're in different territory for sure. But in 2021, I packed up my family, pulled a little trailer behind our vehicle, and made the move because we were done. And what was the straw that broke the camel's back? We ran out of propane for our barbecue. So I went down the road to our local gas station to get some more barbecue propane. And Doug Ford sent a message to my phone. I didn't install anything. I didn't click yes, I accept on anything. I didn't put my phone number into a website that says keep me informed. Just a text message that said, you're in a lockdown. You need to be back home. And I'm like, whoa. As a tech guy, I'm like, whoa. Yeah, you're using the towers to triangulate and know where I am. You put me in a bubble and I left the bubble. And then you reached out and reminded me that there's a fine for leaving. Even though that was a legitimate reason, you were allowed to get food and fuel. He didn't know that part. All he knew is I left the bubble. So we made the move to leave the bubble permanently and come out here to Alberta. I never planned on being a journalist. I'm a nerd. I grew up on the VIC-20. You guys remember that one? Programming Basic, working with the Apple IIe. I know there's a couple people going, oh yeah, I remember that. PC load 8. Get the tape moving. Those are the good old days. I know you. And hey, Tanya, good to see you. Just on the phone with her. There's something big coming. Stay tuned for that one. But as a computer guy, I've been working with the ones and the zeros. You know, things make sense. You create these little programs. They get things done. They execute. When there's a problem, we call it a bug. We find a bug. We squish it and move on. A very linear world, very logical world, very rational world. That's what I was in until the convoy. I was watching the convoy from our fifth wheel, going right on. I'm not alone. There's people that think the same way I do. They want to stand up and ask questions. And I was naive enough at that time to think all they're going to do is drive to Ottawa, the Prime Minister will sit down, answer some questions, explain what's going on, and then they'll come back. How is that working for you? That's right. But then as time was going on, I'm like, wait a minute, they're not talking. Why not? These are Canadians. And then we saw what Trudeau was actually saying. The chauvinists and racists and all the other ists and phobia and all that kind of stuff. But then I was watching the streamers walking around. Nobody expected that. Viva Fry, Travel 69, several others. And watching what was actually going on. And then seeing what the media was reporting. Very different. I'm like, oh no. I'm starting to wake up here. Something's really wrong with this. The more I paid attention to it, the more I woke up. And then at one point I turned to the wife. We had enough saved up because we sold everything, came out here. We had enough saved up to put up a house, a little house. and make sure that we can take care of our family and our homestead, do some homeschooling. But I looked at her at our fifth wheel and said, look, I'm concerned. She's like, what's up? I'm like, well, this overreach. They're going after everybody, making excuses, destroying families, taking away children. And I'm afraid it's going to come here. If you've met our little one, Jacob, you know he's a ball of joy, full of love. And he's got Down syndrome. He was born that way. I do want to let you know Ontario did not want him to be born. They pulled us into a room, said we did a test. This is a result of that test. And we think you guys will be better off if he's not with you. And sadly, they also told us the gender too. So your young son. And we said, no, we're not doing that. So we kind of pushed the system away and said, forget that, we're going to give birth. By far the best decision ever. But we also homeschool. So what I figured is, if we're homeschooling a young child with Down syndrome, here's how they're going to do it. They're going to come and say, you're not certified for his needs. You don't understand how to educate a child with special needs. So we're going to take your child and put him into a program. And we would say, no way. And then they would say, you're a bad parent. You're neglecting your child. We're going to take the other one too. Like, no way. And that's a hill I definitely would die on. So I figured by the time they get to our gate, it would be too late. So we'd have to get involved and do something. That's when I turned to Paula and I said, we got to do something. Viva Fry just moved from Montreal down to Florida, and I really enjoyed his work online. I have a bit of a legal background from Ontario. Don't hold it against me. And I thought, well, let's follow the Public Order Emergency Commission. And just like the Coot stuff I ended up doing, I followed it every single day. I was up 12 hours a day covering that Public Order Emergency Commission. And I was dumbfounded at some of the testimony I heard from there. Not from the citizens of Canada, but from people that would be called the authorities, the officials, the law enforcement. They kept repeating the narrative from the media, all except for the OPP. If you listen to the OPP, the Ontario Provincial Police, they actually had people embedded in there, and they were reporting like every couple of days, these reports. And they were very accurate. These are nonviolent, very, very careful drivers. They're not even causing problems there. They're peaceful people. And then the commissioner of the OPPs took the stand and completely followed the false narrative. Oh my gosh, they got to him. Because even his officers, his constables, his sergeants had a very different story. Like, oh no, this is bad. We got to pay a lot more attention to this. Now, sadly, it was just Viva Fry, myself, and War Campaign that was covering this event. But nobody else was. No other media was covering it. So that's kind of what we started the Levine Show. And then I made a commitment to myself. We're going to interview every single person in the POEC. That includes Chrystia Freeland and Justin Trudeau. So we started to do that. Started to reach out to some of the people. Tom Marazzo, Chris Barber. Tamara's around too, and she testified. And started to do a bunch of interviews. And we started to learn more of the details, more of the information, and sharing that out there. And then one day there was this, in camera, which means behind closed doors, portion of the POEC about Coots, Alberta. Like, why are they not providing us the testimony from that one? The RCMP officers from Coots, some of the people from the town maybe the mayor, start talking to us. But a lot of it was in camera. So I put out a message online. I said, hey, I'm looking to speak to the people from Coots. And then I got a whole bunch of messages. And that changed my life. Because at that time, very few people knew that they were still in remand. Pre-trial, no bail. This is Canada. You can be shooting across the 401 highway in Toronto and you're out by noon. Like everybody gets bail. But these guys didn't. So started digging into that, interviewing the men themselves offline because they couldn't get online, talking to the family, talking to some more people involved. eventually kind of talked to everybody, and I realized they targeted these men for the purpose of narrative in order to scare Canada to support their invocation of the Emergencies Act. And I'll stand here today and say that's exactly what happened. They saw a hunting trailer, ran the plates, pulled up some pals, and said, well, this is Southern Alberta. Surely they're going to have a gun or two. And that's what ended up happening. And for that, they were in remand for over 1,000 days, 1,500 for a couple of them. Covered every day of the trial. The only person there more than I was the judge himself, because there was even days where the jury wasn't there. And I was just broken by the time we got to the end of this. Now, the jury didn't do a great decision, but at least they took away the conspiracy to commit murder of a police officer, because they weren't there for that. They were there to fight for the future of their children. But I was broken because I saw decisions made by the judge that was unfair. I saw the prosecutor go out of his way to vilify innocent people. And one of the days just shocked me. They wanted to prove that these guys were terrorists, and they were talking in code amongst themselves. And the code the RCMP said was guitars means guns, ammunition, well, amplifiers means ammunition. So when they say guitars and amplifiers, they mean guns and ammunition. And then they actually brought forward this chat. Hey, let's get Lindsay Butler here. Tell her to bring her guitars and amplifiers. And the prosecution wanted the jury to believe that that meant guns and ammunition. The defense had to call Lindsay Butler to the stand. She's a country music singer. She played on the stage down in Milk River, then Coos. That's where we were at. The prosecution didn't have to prove that this is what it meant. The defense had to prove it's not what it meant. How many people here actually believe that we're innocent until proven guilty? Not in Canada. You're correct. You're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. And that's why they were in remand, because they couldn't prove themselves innocent. If you listen to the bail hearings and go through the testimony and the transcripts, the prosecution literally said, we need to keep these men in jail because if the police go and check up on them, they will shoot them through the door. We cannot have police officers shot. None of these men had any violent history, ever. There was no proof that they would do anything like that. But because the defense couldn't prove they wouldn't, they had to sit in remand. So the system's completely broken. Now, the federal election is when I learned it's done. Canada's done. Put a fork in it. Because that particular election is, no matter how hard I tried, I ran in my local riding, and no matter how hard I tried, people are only going to vote for two parties. That's it. I got your vote. Love you, brother. We needed about 50,000 more of you to get the job done. But after that election, you saw both the Conservatives and the Liberals held more power and more support than before. All third parties tanked, and there was no way to fix it. The ballot boxes here in Alberta closed at 8 p.m. The election was called at 8:06 or 8:08. So even if you voted for the Liberals, they didn't need your vote. That's how little your vote means out here. So that night, it was bittersweet. The bitter was, I didn't win. But the sweet was, I knew where we were headed after that. The first call I got was Jeff Rath. He called me and read his letter to Alberta that he drafted. He provided that on April 29th, the day after the election. I said, that's wonderful. All except for the word Commonwealth. Maybe you want to change that word. And he said, it's my word. I'm going to do what I want. I'm like, all right, Jeff. If you know Jeff, that's about the extent of the conversation. But it was a fantastic open letter to Alberta, which basically said, we're done. We have to do something completely different. The next conversation was Mitch Sylvester. He couldn't be happier. 4,000 new members an hour joining the APP right after the election was called. 4,000 an hour. They were worried about the website crashing. But he couldn't be happier because now's the time. Alberta has woken up. And the last conversation was Premier Danielle Smith. And she said, watch tomorrow's press conference. We already had a hint of what was coming, but that was a press conference where she lowered the limit from 20 to 10 for the Citizens Initiative Act, removed electronic voting, and made sure that there was going to be ID when we do this next time around. So I went to bed actually pleased. I think Alberta is now heading in the right direction. And from that moment on, I made a commitment. There is no fixing Canada. There's only saving Alberta. Now, I'll tell you, as a show that has a lot of supporters from across Canada at that point, there was an economic hit. There's a lot of people that waved the Canadian flag that were following us that said, no, 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 don't break up the country. We can still win this. And I said, I don't think you understand. We're not breaking up the country. We're birthing a nation. That's very different. So just like an expecting mother, it's scary, especially your first time. What's going to happen? Is it going to hurt? Is it going to turn out great? But you don't go ahead and have a child. Who are parents in here? Any parents in this room? Yeah. By the way, that's a common thing amongst everybody fighting for a new Alberta. They're also parents. But nobody has a child saying, I know what's going to happen. They're going to become an engineer. They're going to become an architect. God forbid they become a liberal. But you still go ahead without knowing exactly how it's going to turn out, because what you do know is it's exciting and it's going to be a great opportunity to come and guide a new life into this world, leave something behind bigger than you, and make sure that whatever it is that you do with your life, you're able to pass something on. So just like birthing a new nation, there's going to be some trauma for the mother and the child. There may be some screaming and kicking and blood, not figuratively, or figuratively, but not literal. But it's going to be exciting to actually do. So when we talk about separating from Canada, I don't like to look at it as a divorce. I like to look at it as a birth of a new nation, because that's the exciting part. Now we're going around, you got a whole bunch of third-party advertisers out there now. Big round for Corey Morgan, Keith Wilson, Kathy Flett, Tanya Clemmings, Angela Tabak, John, wherever John is, I think he might be here too. Because what we're doing is we're volunteering our time, getting out there to reach out to people who don't come to these events. Because who's going to actually decide this referendum? The undecided are going to decide. If you look at the numbers, the fair numbers, not the mainstream ones, it's about 42 and 45. So it's going to be the undecided that tips the scale. So I was talking to Kathy on my way up here, and she broke some great news. She converted someone. And I said, was that an undecided or a never leave? And she goes, a never leave. I'm like, ooh, that's worth 2. 1 less for them, 1 for us. Great job. How'd you do it? Well, she got dragged to the event by her friends. And then when she actually saw how Canada's structured, especially when it comes to the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the House of Commons, she understood there is no fixing this. How many people watched the Keith Wilson and Jason Kenney debate? Sorry for swearing, Jason Kenney. Yeah. They actually both agree. Watch the whole thing closely. They both say Alberta's treated unfairly. Alberta's been trying to get new deals. Alberta's being held back. Alberta could do much better. Both of them said that. The only place they differ is the solution. Jason Kenney says, put your elbow to the wheel, or put your shoulder to the wheel, keep fighting. And Keith Wilson says it's time to do something different. I believe Keith Wilson's correct. So I absolutely love looking out here. If you watch the weather forecast throughout the week before here, it said it was going to be pouring on us by now. I think God approves of this. Now, something special happened. I'm not sure how many of you have seen the Sean Hartman story yet, but it's available online. You can go rent it there and check it out. But I got compelled to do that. I didn't go to Ontario for that purpose. I went to Ontario to interview people about Alberta independence, self-determination. And I'll tell you that God is playing a part, and I'll share you 2 pieces to prove that. Because miracles have to be witnessed. I went to Sean's grave to film, to be part of the documentary, and all the way there pouring, just pouring, and thunder, and just horrible. Wipers on full, barely can see anything. But as we pull up to the cemetery, cleared, just stopped. Now, if you watch the documentary, you'll see the shots of the cemetery. It's wet, because that's what was happening. And then when we put the lens cap back on and packed up to leave, pouring. So we got a pause in the weather. I don't think that was by accident. God's there, God's good. When I recorded with Dan, and I got it all back, and I was starting to work with Dean Rainey, who helped me edit things, he sends me a message. He's like, Jason, Dan's audio is missing. Like, what? No. I open up the file, and sure enough, his audio track is empty. I'm like, no. What? How did I do that? I'm not perfect. I learned that for sure. But then I remembered my audio track. You can hear me, but faintly in the background, you can hear Dan. Like, okay, well, let's see what we can do with this. Put it into some software, bada boom, bada bing, turn a knob or two, crystal clear Dan. The whole audio's there. So when you actually watch the documentary, God fixed his audio for us. You would never know. Now, the last piece of this story is Sean Buckley and Teresa Buckley came to Buck Creek to watch the documentary. If you don't know who they are, they're the people behind the NCI, National Citizens Inquiry. And they said, something has to happen. It's time. And they believe God as well. About a month later, Teresa calls me up. She says, Jason, something big's happening. But you can't tell anybody yet. I want to rock the boat. Well, on June 6th, the announcement came out. The Allison inquiry. An MP has now stepped forward, Dean Allison, and said we're going to sit down with the vax injured, and that includes people that lost somebody, and listen to their stories. So Canada's now waking up. And something Sean shared with me recently was that the timing couldn't be better. Because it is at this time, a whole bunch of stuff came out in the last year that woke people up. So I think God's hands on that one too. Now, as I finish up here, I want to remind you all, the hard work is still to come. On this October 20th, that's going to be the next phase of it. Regardless of the results, the next phase starts October 20th. If we don't get that referendum, we keep pushing, and we get Mitch Sylvester's on the ballot. Because that one will be binding. It may take some time, but we'll get there. If we do get a good result, we still need to make sure this government's going to do it. Because there's a lot of people that don't believe Premier Danielle Smith would. Now, I'm currently touring with Bruce Party, Dennis Kelma, and Matt Rowley. You guys familiar with those guys? Well, Bruce is the one that keeps reminding us that at one point we're going to have to put the football into the hand of the government. And you need to trust that government or not in order to carry it across the finish line. So last night in Red Deer, we were doing a public input, asking the audience to let us know what they think, questions, comments, concerns, outbursts, all that good stuff. And there was a common theme. What happens after? If we get there, what happens after? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that with you because your next speaker is Bruce Party. All the way from Ontario, we dragged him out here to be part of Alberta Day. And he's been donating his blood as well. Where is he? There he is. We like to call him Cold Water Bruce because he tells you the truth, just the way it is. Some of it's going to be hard to hear, but at least we can be prepared to do it. And then we're also going to be in Calgary on Thursday, continuing up this tour. So if you're in Calgary, come and join us. But without further ado, let's bring the interloper from Ontario up. Mr. Do you go by doctor? No, Mr. Party. Thank you. Oh. You got an announcement?
Yeah, you betcha. Before Bruce comes up, to the two lovely ladies that were sitting inside with me having breakfast this morning, if you're still here, you left your keys at the table, so you won't be going anywhere. So I left them with the front desk there at Chris, and the ladies at the till, you'll be able to pick up your keys there.
Matchmaking too. Cool. Look at that. Well, here you go, Bruce. It's all yours.
Hey, Bruce.
Max, you are like the voice of God. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Very good. Thank you, Jason. What a great guy. I am the interloper from Ontario. I apologize for that. I'm here. Thank you. It is fabulous to be amongst you. It's fabulous to be in Alberta. I always enjoy coming here. It is like experiencing the spirit of the West. But I don't mean just the spirit of Western Canada. I mean the spirit of Western civilization. Because here's the thing. You have a moment. Alberta has a moment that comes along almost never in the life of a civilization. You will know as well as I do that Western countries, and Canada is one of the worst in these respects, but Western countries are unraveling. You have a moment, an opportunity, an opening, yes, to save yourselves, yes, to save your society and your culture, the one that exists in this province as it exists right now, yes. But you have the chance to do even more than that. And I don't mean to put pressure on you. But in addition to saving yourselves, which you must do, you also may inadvertently save this country. But that is not all. You have a chance to save Western civilization. You may hold the future of Western civilization in your hands. And here's why. Because the singular achievement of Western civilization is individual autonomy. The liberty of the individual person to decide their own lives, to own their own property, to raise their own children. And that idea is starting to fade. It is starting to fade all over the Western world. And here's the thing. We have grown up, more or less, and sometimes it's less, but we have grown up in a Western country. And we think that a world in which people have control over their own lives is normal. But if you look at the expanse of human history, those years and moments where individuals have had actual liberty is very, very small. Most human societies consist of some variation of dictatorship, communism, socialism, or some other kind of collective authority to tell the people what to do. In other words, the individual freedoms that we enjoy and we insist upon are the aberration, not the norm. Now, it worked for a long time. The English can lay claim to having invented the thing called the rule of law. The Americans can claim to have invented the idea of constitutional rights and checks and balances. And together, those two traditions, very closely related to each other, are the source of much of the ideas and the achievements of individual freedom. But that tradition is fading away. And you can see that by looking at our own country in Canada. And here's why. This idea called the rule of law has always just been an idea. And the idea is this, that people in power will restrain themselves. Our legislatures, our bureaucrats, our judges will each have a role, and they will stick to that role, and they will not interfere otherwise in the lives of the people. And that idea is terrific, and it worked for a long time. But it does not work now because the people who have power don't believe in that idea anymore. They believe that their job is to manage you, to manage economies, to manage healthcare, to manage speech, to manage beliefs, to manage education, to manage management. We live in a managerial age, not the age of the rule of law, not the age of individual liberty. We live in the age of management. So here is the challenge for you. This is going to be a difficult task. I believe that you will succeed. But here's the challenge. It really is in 2 bits. Both of them are difficult, but both can be done. The first bit is the actual independence part. You need to get Alberta out of Canada. But here's the second bit, and it is equally difficult. You also need to get Canada out of Alberta. And there is an awful lot of Canada inside Alberta. We have in Canada this thing I like to call the managerial state. It also may know it as the nanny state, or the deep state, or the administrative state. But we have a managerial state in Canada. Here's the thing. You have one in Alberta too. I did a debate with Jason Kenney myself a few months ago. And there was one thing that Jason said that made me think, I wonder if he's right. Here's what he said. And I'm going to paraphrase, I don't remember the exact words, but he said, the people of Alberta, or most of them, independents or not, will continue to demand a full-service welfare state. I hope he's wrong. Because if he is right, then what is the point of this? Your objective, I hope, and this is what I've been hearing from everybody I've been talking to, so thank God for that. But what I think this is about is to get yourself to be free people again. And what does that mean? Let's just ask this question. You want to be free. Terrific. What is that? What does that mean? And I'll tell you what I think I think that means. If you ask anybody, they might give you a different answer. Here's what my answer would be. You are free if you are not subject to the coercion of other people. That is, you are not subject to their force or threats of force to do what you do not want to do, or to be prevented from doing what you do want to do from your fellow citizens and from the state. But that's a very demanding definition. Note what it means. If you are not subject to the force of the state, other than to prevent you from imposing upon other people, that means that so many of the things that governments in Canada and Alberta and the rest of the provinces do cannot be tolerated, because it means you will not be free. So let's just take the most problematic ones. If you are free, if you are not subject to coercion, if that is what it means, well, that means that in a future independent Alberta that is genuinely a free country, you don't have a full-service welfare state. It means you do not have a single-payer public health care system. It means you do not have property taxes. It means you do not have income taxes. Thank you very much. Exactly. That's right. It means maybe that you do not have a system of public education. Now, why? Why are all these things? Why are all these things contrary to the existence of a free country? Because they are coercive. Let's just take education for a moment. Like, who would ever think of getting rid of public education? For goodness sakes, that is the foundation of a proper society, is it not? The answer is no. Here's why. Public education is coercive in at least two ways. Number one, it requires that the state take your money to fund the system, whether you want to give it or not. That's coercive. And number two, public education by definition means that the state controls the curriculum that is taught to your children. Both of those things cannot be and still claim to live in a free country. So, you have your work cut out for you. But I'm confident that there are enough Albertans who will see that their country, Canada, is unraveling, coming apart. Adam mentioned, and I think quite correctly, the state of the problem, which is, yes, it's our Canadian Constitution. Our Canadian Constitution does not work well. But it's more than that. I mean, that's the first problem. But it's more than that. It is also your fellow Canadians. Adam mentioned the voting records over time, and I want to add to the things that he said this way. After the most recent election, and I don't want to make this a partisan thing, because I'm not convinced that if you had a change of government, things would radically change anyway or either. But just to get a taste of the way in which Alberta and Saskatchewan are out of step with the rest of this country. Shortly after the most recent federal election, I went to hear a Conservative Party strategist give a talk about what happened during the election, an election they thought they were going to win. And he was, of course, very unhappy to have lost. But he was extremely pleased with the numbers. He said, he was in this last election, we got a popular vote of 41%. And he said, that is the high water mark for the Conservative Party in the modern era. And I sat in my chair and I thought, well, wait a minute. You are telling us, I thought to myself, you are telling us that you can never win unless the lefties split the vote. You are telling us that there is no circumstance under which you will actually represent the majority of Canadian voters. That's what that means. So I agree with the speakers you've heard already. There is no reforming this country. It's been tried and tried and tried again. The entrenched powers that be will not allow it to happen. And that is also one of the risks and dangers that you will encounter in this independence drive. I think we have to face reality, which is there are interests in this country that are vehemently opposed to this idea. And they will pull out all the stops to make sure that it fails. And if we know that ahead of time, we will understand that when they come up, those obstacles, that they are just obstacles from those interests who are scared. Because the fact of the matter is that Canada as a country may not be viable without you. And if it's not viable without you, then they are going to pull out all the stops to make sure that this does not happen. So be prepared. And finally, to the Constitution. I'm not going to go through all the details of what I think a future Alberta Constitution should say, but here's the thing. The most important starting point for Alberta is this, going back to my suggestion that one of your biggest challenges will be to get Canada out of Alberta. The thing not to do, Alberta, is to take what you're familiar with and reproduce it. The Canadian Constitution is flawed. Don't take it and say to yourself, all right, how can we change this so that it works better? No, 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 no. That's a bit like a government taking their budget, which is vastly overblown and too high, and saying, well, we're going to fix the budget. Here's the budget, where can we trim? That's not the way you do that. What you do is you say, it's gone, start from zero. What is the minimum amount that we can have and still have the thing function? Same with the Constitution. Clear it off, start with a blank slate, a clean table. Start with nothing. And then ask yourself, what is the minimum government we can do with? Why do we need a state? Well, there are some reasons. I don't mean to be stateless. That's anarchy. That won't work. But what is the minimum kind of state that we can get by with? Let's map it out. Let's describe what it is. What are the minimal rules? What are the limitations? Start that way. If you start that way with nothing and then build up, rather than starting with what you know and try and scrape away, then you got a shot. Thank you so much for having me. So great to see you. Have a great day, and let's hear it for an independent Alberta.
You guys are so beautiful on the camera. Who's next, by the way? Oh, sorry, I was killing some trolls on the stream.
Oh, yes. I'm familiar with those. I'm very familiar with those. Oh, I certainly am. Oh, yes, I am.
I think I saw Derek Smith on the line over there, right? Derek Smith, Unacceptable Fridge down there. Oh, Derek, there they are. Ish.
Okay.
You in?
Oh, not another honey
All right, where's
contest.
Derek? He's not hard to miss. All right, well, while we're waiting for the big guy to come.
Mike, just get on the podium, please. Thank you.
Hey, guys, Mike Freedom Honey here. This is, and you guys know this guy. You guys know this guy over here, too, the famous Corey Morgan. Last year, we had what someone would call the most important honey battle of all time. The Great Alberta Beekeeping War, as I refer to it as, or as I troll him on X. This year, as usual, we have our own panel of celebrity judges that will be testing our honey and deciding who gets the title of Greatest Alberta Amateur Beekeeper, which is basically just me and Corey. But like I said, there's a lot of hype on this. Tears, you can do that with Eastern content joke.
Eastern content.
Yeah. None of these honeys have Eastern content.
Oh, no, these are pure Alberta honeys. But I'll show you one thing. Despite what she tells you, size does matter. So I know you're at a bit of a disadvantage, but we won't hold it against you.
Quality, not quantity, people. Quality. All right, if I could have the famous Tanya Clemens, Bruce Pardy, and Jason Levine up here, please, as our testing judges. Okay. All right.
I don't know what to say to you. Last year was rigged.
It was not rigged.
You had that European up here judging. She didn't know good honey from it. All right, come scoop away.
Okay. Are we testing for anything in particular or just what we like?
What you like? This one looks a little. You might have to break the seal.
All right.
Freedom honey all day. He paid him to say that.
Okay.
Freedom.
Yeah, do you want to stick either one first?
We're going to contaminate the other one.
Yeah, you might want a new one for the.
All right.
Or use the other side or something.
Yeah, use the butt end.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Texture.
Really good.
Though for both honeys, they are both pure, raw,
It's hot in here.
unpasteurized.
Particular kind of flowers that they're raising?
Some
gave
people
my
online
bees-
saying that Mike is greedy with his honey.
I gave my bees a solid talking to last year after that second place finish. And then they stung the hell out of me. But I think they get it.
You guys got to understand, last year Corey was boasting that he got third place in his county honey taste-off. Third place out of 6, so it's mid-tier at best.
I didn't bring the ribbon this time.
I know what I like, but I got a strange thing.
All right. Left or right?
Oh, it's right as they're looking at it. I like that one because it's not as sweet.
And for yourself, Tanya.
I think that I have to kind of tend to agree with the right from where you're facing is that I like that it has a little bit of that flavor of either canola flowers or alfalfa flowers. I don't know where the beehives are put, but I taste a little bit more flowers in there.
Oaky taste. No. I'm going to have to agree with the other two. This one for me was a lot more raw, and it tasted like it was fresh. This one definitely tastes like it was more processed and a lot more sugar in there.
But smooth.
But smooth. Yeah, ready for the toast, for sure. This one's ready for the tea.
Well, redemption!
Sorry, I didn't
I'm speechless at this point. I'm going to say it was rigged. I'm going to go next year, Morgan. Next year.
Yeah, new judges. New judges. None of you guys are getting your bribes. All right. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations to Corey for this year. He's going to talk about it on his stupid show on Wednesday.
Ha 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 ha.
So, I mean, we're 1-1. Next year is going to be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, yes. Next year, tiebreaker. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, judges. And I guess you're speaking next, Tanya.
Something with the crystallized stuff.
Yeah.
There's no sense making you walk down those stairs again.
Yeah, oh, that's totally fine.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. So Max, you want me to hold this like way far away, right? Thanks everyone. This is crazy. I feel like I'm not sure why I'm actually up here right after Bruce Party and the likes of the speakers you've already had up here. So thanks for just giving me a little bit of some quiet and just your attention. It doesn't even feel like I'm deserving of this. It's a great group up here. And standing up here today, looking at all of you guys, I can't help but feel like we are witnessing a very important part of Alberta's history. Not because we're turning our backs on Canada, but because we're standing together in Alberta on Canada Day, saying something that I think a lot of people have felt for a long time, and that is that Alberta deserves a voice. Alberta deserves a future, and Alberta deserves to decide that future for herself. And before I say anything else, I want to thank Chris Scott, who's become a very good friend of mine, the Whistle Stop Cafe, and everyone behind the Let's Talk Alberta initiative for creating a place, for creating a place where Albertans can gather, celebrate this province, and talk openly about where we go from here. I want to also thank my friend and co-lead Keith Wilson, and he will be coming shortly. He got held up a bit because he had to do an interview with CTV because the mainstream media seems to be allowing him to have his voice, which is fantastic. That was our goal. Keith has given so much of his time, energy, wisdom, and courage to this cause, and I am so grateful to be walking this road with him. Our team is fantastic. I'm so very proud of the people that we have got into our team and the good that we're going to do for Alberta. I also want to thank all the volunteers and the organizers and the people setting up chairs and handing out information on this journey and making calls and answering questions and all the work that goes into this that people often never see. It takes a whole army of us, and most of that army seems to be right here. I also want to thank my family and every family here, because none of this happens without people at home making sacrifices too. And I want to thank every Albertan who carried this conversation long before Keith or I or anyone else stood on this stage. This did not start with any of us, actually. It started with people who loved Alberta enough to keep asking hard questions when it was not popular, when they were mocked, when they were dismissed, and when they were told to sit down and be quiet. Today belongs to them too. And I've been thinking a lot about Canada. When I was growing up, Canada meant freedom. It's actually tattooed on my arm. It meant hard work. It meant fairness. It meant neighbors helping neighbors. It meant small towns and farms and legions and parades and grain elevators across the prairie, and the belief that if you worked hard and did your part, your children could have a better life than you did. That is the Canada I was raised to love, and I am grateful for it. I'm grateful for the people who built it, the veterans who defended it, and the generations who believed freedom and opportunity were worth protecting. But loving those ideals does not mean pretending everything is fine when it is not. And for Alberta, things are not fine. For decades, Alberta has tried to make this arrangement work. We fought for control of our own natural resources before finally getting them in 1930. We asked for fairness. We proposed reforms. We talked about pensions, policing, equalization, resource control for the last 25 years. And we had the firewall letter that brought that all to the forefront. We had the Fair Deal panel. And in 2021, Albertans voted clearly to remove equalization from the Constitution. And Ottawa carried on like nothing even happened. So when people say, just keep trying, just lock arms, I understand why that sounds reasonable. That is what I believed for most of my life too. But at some point, I think also we're allowed to ask a very honest question. How long have we already been trying? Because Alberta has not spent generations rushing towards independence. Alberta has spent generations trying to make Canada work better for Alberta. And that is why October 19th matters so much. Option 2 is not about waking up the next morning in a new country. It is about giving Albertans the right to decide Alberta's future. It is about leverage. It's about putting Ottawa on notice that Alberta is not going to keep begging for fair treatment forever. It's about saying that the people who live here should have the final say over the decisions that shape our jobs, our resources, our families, and our future. And that is also why Keith and I decided to launch Let Alberta Decide. We know people have questions, good questions, practical ones, like what happens to pensions? What about currency? What about trade, citizenship, borders, international partnerships, the transition? Those questions deserve serious answers. And over the coming months, that is what we're going to do. We're going to make the cause that Alberta has everything it needs to succeed as an independent country. Because it does. Our farmland is here. Our energy is here. Our resources are here. Our skilled trades, engineers, entrepreneurs, farmers and ranchers, workers, families, and communities are here. Alberta is not some branch office that can pack up and leave. Alberta is a producing economy. We feed people, we fuel people, we build things, and we solve problems. And I believe Alberta would be stronger if more of the decisions affecting Alberta were made by the people who actually live here. And to me, this movement is not about anger or bitterness. Some may be angry and some may be bitter, but for me, that's not what it's about. It's about not pretending that there will be no hard questions. There will definitely be hard questions, and hard questions are not a reason to stop. They are a reason to start to get serious, and that is what this moment requires from us. Seriousness and lots of courage, confidence, and a deep love for Alberta, which is very evident here. And I'm sorry I'm not wearing my blue sweatshirt right now. It's just getting really, really hot. Love for the people who wake up before dawn to see the fields, milk the cows, drill wells, drive trucks, build businesses, teach children, care for patients, raise families, and keep this province going. Love for the people who built Alberta before us, and love for the children who will inherit whatever we have the courage to build next. So today I'm thankful for the Canada that shaped me. I'm thankful for the values I was raised with, but my heart is here in Alberta. And I do not want Alberta to spend another generation asking permission to become what she was always capable of becoming. I want Alberta free to grow, free to prosper, free to build, and free to decide. So on October 19th, that begins with voting option 2. Not because every question is going to be answered today, but because Alberta deserves the right to ask those questions and debate them and decide our future together. So God bless you all. God bless Alberta, and may she forever be strong and free. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give her another hand. Come on, that was awesome. Woo! Woo! There's a saying that said, where there is no vision, the people perish. Nobody has really stepped up to the plate and given us a proper vision of what things could be like, except for the people that have been standing on this stage today. And so, just so everybody knows, there isn't going to be a break. We're just going to keep going hard. So if you can't hold it, the far washrooms are way, way over there. Just run over there and get your butt right back here. Okay, I'd like to introduce Emmett Kelsey. He is a community organizer. He's lost his job recently because he stepped up to the plate. And so anybody he has no idea I'm doing this. So this has nothing to do with what he doesn't know I'm doing this. So if someone needs a job filled, come talk to him, hire him. So he's exceptional at freedom in action, and he got involved when he saw the Freedom Convoy, and that's exactly what the Freedom Convoy was all about, to wake people up to what was going on. So let's welcome Emmett to the stage, please. All right, brother, go get him.
Thank you very much. So I'm supposed to be at Calgary Stampede right now, getting ready to show horses. I drove down there at about 4 this morning to offload a team of horses. Don't worry about it. My brother's looking after them right now. I thought it was critical that I come here and show up, because we all need to start showing up to start fighting for the freedoms that we believe in. If we keep giving up our power to Daniel Smith to solve all our problems, if we keep worrying about, oh, we got to get rid of Carney to solve our problems, oh, we have to vote this certain way come October 19th, we are going to lose. The way we win is if each one of us steps up and starts taking action, because we still live in a system founded with democratic principles. And the left understands that they need to put beside their egos and their personal identities to rally behind causes. That's why we now have infiltration into our education systems, into our school boards, and total control. It's because we've traded in our citizenship for slavery. We have stopped getting involved in our democracy. We vote once every 4 years, per se. That's 1 hour every 4 years. Mathematically, that's a 0.006% participation in our democracy. And we wonder why the government is bringing in policies like Bill C-9, censorship, making religious exemptions no longer valid, so you can potentially be imprisoned for quoting parts of the Bible, the Quran. All of this is happening because we checked out, and we even believe that we shouldn't even be talking politics at the dinner table. So I wanted to share with you how I got into this. 5 years ago, I gave a speech at the legislature apologizing for not doing anything and letting things get as bad as they got. It was already a couple of years after the lockdowns. I was watching the protests online from the comfort of my couch, knowing what was going on was wrong, but doing nothing. There's knowing and then there's doing. My inaction prolonged the lockdowns. Fast forward to the convoy. Actually, no, let's fast forward to the vaccine mandates. That was where I realized I needed to take a personal stand because I was finally threatened. There's a quote from a famous German pastor that survived concentration camp. Paraphrasing, he said, "First they came for the communists, and I didn't stand up because I was not a communist. Then they came for the disabled. I didn't stand up because I was not disabled. But eventually they came for me, and by then there was no one left to stand up for me. So I stood my ground, did not get the vaccine, and I got so lucky. My employer threatened to cut my salary by 2/5, saying I needed to be in the office a minimum 2 days a week, but they wouldn't let me in through the doors. They didn't care about religious exemptions. They didn't care about PCR test results. So they were going to cut my salary by 2/5. The day before that policy was going to take effect, I got a phone call. They gave me a bonus, and they told me I could work from home 5 days a week because I made a stand. But I only stood up for myself then. And at my speech at the legislature, I apologized for only standing up for myself and not for you. By the time of the Freedom Convoy, I saw on YouTube that people were actually starting to show up, get involved, take the risks to be out in public and get prosecuted. I saw the momentum in that we had a shot of fighting back. And that was when I jumped in. And for that, I'm sorry. Because we need more people that are willing to step up and make sacrifice. Otherwise, we're all going to get knocked down. We can put our faith behind Mitch Sylvester. We can put our faith behind Jeffrey Rath. If we do that and they get taken out, once again, we are lost. So over the last 5 years, I've been doing my best to learn how to get involved in politics and how to start actually making a difference and how to step up. Because there's more to bringing about change than calling for a referendum, writing to your MLA. So, for example, you may have seen this card handed out earlier. It talks about hundreds of trans teens under 18 have had breasts removed in Canada, new data show. There was a recent change in legislation requiring minors be a certain age before they can go through medical transitioning procedures. Now, this government that brought this act through, brought it through because the constituency association that I was a part of put together a policy on this. That policy passed the United Conservative Party's AGM, and then it became law. So how did I do that? I started attending an AGM for my local constituency with the UCP. I joined the Policy and Governance Committee and started getting involved with that. That is what became law. Thank you. Tyranny will get as bad as we let it. Its greatest ally is our fear. And it needs people of good conscience to remain silent. So we need to continue to wake up, speak up, and show up. Knowing is one thing. Doing is everything. Because any action is better than inaction. I don't think that pushing for this October 19th referendum alone is going to improve our affordability and improve our freedoms. Because like how Bruce Bertie was saying, we still heavily believe in this welfare system. Becoming a citizen and getting rid of your slavery requires you to start taking responsibility for your own actions. And I see myself in the crowd right now. I see people that are online that couldn't be bothered to show up or were afraid to show up. I mean, there are circumstances where you can't, and I understand that. And then there's people here that are listening. They're thinking, this guy's mid, he's all right. But Bruce Parody, he was freaking awesome. And then they may go home, you may go home and go back into your old routine. Watching sports, watching these debates online. We're not here to entertain you. We're here to give you inspiration and ways that you can take action so that you can start making a difference, because this starts and ends with you. And you need to keep involved, not just come in, take over a constituency association, and then leave. That's how we get back to the same crap that we have now. I was just winging this, so I think I'm out of talking points almost. I'm just very grateful for the people that are in this movement that have been willing to step up, and I have faith that each one of you can do it too. And with that, I wish you all the best.
Outstanding, thank you. Wasn't that excellent? Woo! Woo! Okay, I have the pleasure of introducing Derek Smith. Who knows Derek Smith? And if you don't know him, you might know him as the Unacceptable Fringe. Woo! So Derek is on YouTube. If you haven't seen him, you need to start seeing him. He's got about 160,000 followers, and he should have more. He's been working hard for 30 years. He's got 20 years of marketing experience, and he's here today to give us some great information. So Derek, get on up here.
Thank you very much, sir. How's everybody doing? You guys having fun yet? No rain, that's a good thing. I am so shocked when I look out here, just the faces I see, the turnout all the way to the back of that parking lot. It's almost like one big family, isn't it?
You look awesome on the camera, by the way.
What?
You guys look awesome on the camera.
One big family of people with one shared vision. A free and fair Alberta. One free of Ottawa's grip. I'm assuming it's safe to say that everybody who's here today is signing up on October 19th to separate or push the referendum forward. Love hearing it. You know, Mark Carney thinks it's a bluff. He thinks we're bluffing. Are you bluffing? No. Sorry, what? You bluffing? No. Are we ready to go? Yeah. Ready to get the hell out of here? Yeah. Are you ready to have more money in your pockets? Yeah. Are you ready to enjoy your life? Yeah. Are you ready to pave the road for the next generations? Yeah. I sure as hell am. And I'll tell you, that's what got me here. A year ago, roughly a year ago, I was told to go to my first APP meeting. And I met Mitch Sylvester and Jeff Rath for the first time. And they said, what would push you towards independence in Alberta? And I said, my wife and I are fine. We've got everything we need. We've done well for ourselves. I have 3 kids that when they grow up, they're going to say it's too expensive to have a family, so I might not get grandkids. They're never going to be able to afford a home, because by that time, they'll probably be $2 million. They'll live with us forever, and then they'll fight over the scraps when we're gone. Now, I've had family for generations say that Alberta would be better as its own country, and that Alberta needs to get away from Ottawa's grip. And now we have Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, Danielle Smith, Naheed Nenshi, Thomas Lukaszuk, all campaigning against us, the grassroots, to tell us that you should be grateful for what the government gives you. The question we have to start asking ourselves is, what the hell does the government give us? What are we grateful for? I don't know about you guys, but I like my vote meaning something. Every time I get home, the election's already called and the polls are still open in Alberta. All I'm doing is putting a butt in a seat. That's not a democracy. Every time I got a paycheck, I had to give 40% of it to the government, while Mark Carney jets around the world eating braised beef and luxury butter. And I'm told to be grateful for that. Don't you dare sign to leave. Janet Jackson once had a song in the 1980s called "What Have You Done For Me Lately?" Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So when Pierre Poilievre comes here this summer to the Stampede grounds and he's flipping pancakes, if you're in Calgary, stand in line. Go to his Stampede breakfast. And when you get to the front, tell him that the reason you're there is because he had the gall to help ruin the economy with all the other federalists and you can't afford to eat. So you're there for a free handout. But Alberta's not looking for handouts anymore. We want to get our hands dirty. We want to work. We want to be prosperous. This October, each and every one of you has a job to play when it comes down to this vote. Each of you needs to get 2 people. 2, small number. 2 people that don't side with independence, that are prepared to send Ottawa a message, October 19th. Now, they don't have to want independence. They don't have to want for us to leave Canada. What they have to be is fed up with the government. Because I'll tell you right now, folks, if we come up short on October 19th, Ottawa's really going to stick the boots to Alberta. They're going to come back with a vengeance and say, we told you, you should have stayed quiet. And I don't know about you, but I don't want that. For all the people who sit and complain to you and say you're committing treason, you're a terrible person, you should be grateful for your maple flag. Our ancestors died for this flag. I don't think that our ancestors who fought in wars did so for us to kneel to Ottawa and pay them every dime that we have in our pockets. What you have to start saying to these people when they say you're committing treason, how's your life now? Is it better than it was 5 years ago? Is it better than it was 10 years ago? Do you think the way things are headed right now, it's going to get better? And if they do like Mark Carney and give you a whole bunch of word salad, ask them the very simple question. If Alberta was already its own sovereign state, its own country, and Canada wanted you to sign up to join the current economic state of this country, would you vote to join Canada? Most people would say no. There are some that just love their punishments. But one of the important questions you have to ask people when they say that you're committing treason, that you're a terrible person, that you shouldn't have an opinion, you should just follow the status quo. How do you suppose we got here? A couple of years ago, 5 years ago, you'd hear farm communities talking about separation. You'd never hear it in the cities. People weren't open to it. They said, I love my country. I was one of those people glued to the TV during the Freedom Convoy, saying this is our last chance as a country to get our grip. It's our last chance to bring back the Canada we once knew. It doesn't exist anymore. Justin Trudeau made sure that you knew that Canada is nothing more than nostalgia. So we keep and preserve what part of that Canada is left in Alberta by packing our bags and getting away from Ottawa. And if we don't, you're only going to get the one shot. We'll never get it again. So when you go home and you think, well, I don't want to offend my neighbor, I don't want to offend my friends, I'm worried about my job and what they're going to say, think about what your life's going to be like if you don't talk to them about the October vote. If you don't ask them, how's your life right now? Can you afford groceries? Can you afford your utility bills? Can you afford to fill up your vehicle? What happens if you lose your job tomorrow? Can you easily find another one? Most people will say no to all of those. So the real question to ask them is, so then why do we stay? Why do we stay here? What's the benefit? And if people want to talk about nostalgia and they want to talk about a flag, what part of that exists anymore if we have to live on our knees and be working poor for the rest of our lives? We have $1 trillion of oil and gas underneath our feet. We should not be suffering in this province. Those resources need to be drilled up. As President Trump says, drill, baby, drill. We need to get it out. We need to get to other markets. And if the Canadian government doesn't want to work with us, then we find other partners. But when those people you speak to say, I'm just not ready yet, and I don't like your approach, I don't like your attitude, again, how did we go from a country where we were all unified, where we all loved our flag, where we all waved the maple leaf and were proud of it, to a position where we're now ready to leave? What pushed us that far? Because the question, are you ready to pick up your province and leave Canada? Pretty big question. That's a pretty big question to ask people. Are you prepared to be responsible for the destruction of Canada? I always tell people it was destroyed a long time ago. We're just taking what's left and going home. So when people want to argue with you and say that you're wrong or you don't make any sense or that you're committing treason, why do you suppose I have these values? Why do you suppose I want to leave? What got me to the point I'm ready to sign that X on the ballot to say that I'm prepared for Alberta to leave Canada? I don't know about you guys, I still carry a Canadian passport. One time. Everybody gets one vote. Somebody should tell the First Nations that. But when you put that X down, that's a pretty big decision to make. A very costly decision to make. What you have to do now, what your obligation is now, as a free-loving citizen of Alberta, is to convince your friends, your neighbors, your co-workers, it's not a cult, it's not some small fringe minority. We're all Albertan. And we want a free and fair world where we can thrive, we can work, we can pay our bills, and at the end of the day, folks, we have a couple dollars left over to give to the next generation and hope for the best for them. I sat in an interview with Premier Danielle Smith, and I asked her, give me one reason for us to stay in Canada. The Premier said to me, I don't know if you'll reflect on any of the reasons I give you. So she said, let me ask you a question. Why do you want to leave Alberta? I only had 20 minutes with her. I said, I don't think we can get this interview done if I tell you all the reasons I want to go. And she says, I'm sad to hear that. And I said the same thing to her. How do you think we got here, though? How did we get here? Not with MOUs, not with COVID. We got here with an authoritarian government that went from pushing policy to starting to think they could dictate where we go, what we eat, who we see, who we speak to, where we travel, where we live, where we work, what we can say online. Well, if that's your jam. At the end of the day, folks, there is no good reason to stay in Canada. And it's not because we're not Canadian. It's not because we hate Canada. I don't know about you. I love the people of this country while we're still a part of it. There's fantastic people from the BC coast all the way to Newfoundland. And some of them are vying for our independence. A lot of them are begging for us to get our independence because the status quo changes at the table. As soon as we separate, BC has to work with us. They don't have a choice. As soon as we separate, Ottawa has to frack our minerals or they die off. All that happens is we've gone from playing a game of cards where the deck is stacked to having an equal hand at the table and a good pair to push against the government. We changed the status quo. Nobody's going to pick up Alberta and move it out of Canada, but Canada either has to work with us or it's time for them to shut down while we prosper. The time for bureaucratic, sweaty, fat pigs at a trough is over. Alberta is pro-people. It's pro-constituents. We have the opportunity to rewrite a new constitution, one that holds our politicians accountable, one that says if you're not doing your job, you get the hell out of here. If you're stealing money, if you're flying around the world eating braised beef and luxury butter, we have the right to throw your butt in the curb. Because the one message those politicians in Ottawa don't seem to realize, you work for us, not the other way around. We are not your credit card. Alberta is not your bank account. And we're done with the status quo. So October 19th, you all have that job now to ensure 2 people each at that ballot box. Nobody watches them. Nobody's going to fire them. Nobody's going to know unless they tell everybody how they voted. October 19th, we send a message to Ottawa. This is too big to fail. Thank you.
Give him another hand here. Woo! Okay, I'm probably going to get in trouble for this later, but do you know what the difference between, and I hope there's no doctors here, but if there is, this joke doesn't apply to you. Do you know what the difference is between God and a doctor? God doesn't think he's a doctor. All right, I am very lucky to introduce Corey Morgan. That sort of doesn't need any introduction. He writes for the Western Standard. He has written a book, the Updated Sovereigntist Handbook, and you need to read it. It's very timely. It's very critical. And I'm trying to be like Corey when I grow up. A few years ago, I wrote an opinion piece for the Western Standard, and they didn't shred it, which I thought might happen. They actually printed it, and they even made it into a commercial. So come see me later, and I'll show you where you can see that on YouTube. But anyways, let's give Corey Morgan a great round of applause, please. Welcome him. Thanks, man.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you all. This is brilliant. This is the kind of tradition I'm looking forward to.
We all love Corey.
And yes, I want to thank the volunteers, Max, Bonnie, Shane, Chris, so many other people put so much in. Look at the size of the crowd here. This is magnificent. It's just brilliant to see this sea of blue in front of me like this. So happy Albertans Day, everybody. And I also want to say happy Canada Day, and I mean it. And I'm sincere about it, and I'll explain. Because I don't have a problem with Canada. I don't have a problem with Canadians. I don't have a problem with the flag. I have a problem with a broken, outdated system that's been screwing Alberta for 127 years. But I want to be positive. We're not just moving away from the old system, we're moving into a better, new country. We want to be positive. We want to promote to people that we understand what we're trying to leave in this system. But to win people over, to bring them in when the referendum comes, we have to tell people what we're moving towards. What are we offering that's better? Why are we better? And we're seeing a lot of that today. I'm seeing it today. As this unusual campaign has unfolded, as it's began, the positivity from our side, the good times, the meetings, the Let's Talk Alberta events I've been to, the rallies I've been to, here today, everybody's smiling, everybody's positive, everybody's upbeat and looking forward to making something better. We're enjoying each other. And what are we seeing from the Federalists? Anger, embitterness, cancellation, attempts to bring down our messaging. That lets me know why and how we're on the side of right. Because we're trying to promote something better, they're trying to shut us down. I've been dealing with that. Some of you guys might have seen the saga. Down in Tabor, I put up a simple billboard. It said, what did it say? Send Ottawa a message, choose Alberta, and an Alberta flag. And that was so controversial, that Alberta flag upset so many people, they complained that the town administration demanded that the billboard owner remove it. So in response, they now have 3 billboards in Tabor. We had a rally there last Sunday with Mr. and Mrs. Alberta and a bunch of people driving down a cruise. Hundreds of people came out, signs went out. It's one of the bluest towns in Alberta now. This is how we have to do it. They can only cancel us if we let them. People have been saying, so I've started this TPA and this moment of insanity. I'm not sure what I did there, but I got to write it out now. And I was talking to somebody just a few moments ago, said the neighbor had one of my signs out early. And it was on the lawn. He drove home from work and it was gone. He asked the neighbor, he said, yeah, somebody stole it in the night. Well, the response to that isn't to give up. It's to put 2 signs on the lawn and move them a little farther back. Put a camera up there. Knock on your neighbor's doors and make sure there's 5 signs on the block. Make these guys work for it. But if we let them do, because I've had people say that, I had my sign stolen, I don't want to put another one back out. I understand the frustration. I understand with some of the anger. We've saw people petitioning who had cigarette butts burned in their face, coffee thrown at them. John got swerved at by a truck on a road because he had an Alberta flag up. This is terrible. And I understand why it makes some people nervous. But we can't let them do that. They're ostracizing us. They are suppressing the discussion. So, for those not familiar, the third-party advertising group I started, it's called Pathway to Independence. It's just focused on signs. That's our thing. We got lawn signs, we got 4x8s, we've got some billboards we did. And some people have said, well, what's the point? Signs don't vote, and that's absolutely true. Signs don't change a lot of votes either, even though people focus a little too much on them during campaigns sometimes. They see some of the fights. His sign was 5 feet too close to the polling station. Call the electoral officer. How many people driving to vote changed their mind because the sign was 5 feet too close to the polling station? We waste so much energy on those. But at the same time, the signs are important, and I'll explain. Because the people trying to fight against us want to keep the discussion suppressed. They're afraid. And what the signs do is open discussion. They tell people, as another person came up to talk to me about, might add as a theme of things, we're not alone. If we're looking at even some of the lowest polling, we got 30% of Albertans are considering this. They're looking at this. They're thinking about it. More are thinking about it. But they're afraid to talk about it. When they realize that if 1 in 3 yards has this kind of sign on it, that this is not a minor thing, you're far from alone. And you can start to have those discussions. And having those discussions, people tend to lead to the same conclusion that most of us here are already at, that Canada's broken, that we need to pursue independence. That's the only way out now. There's no fixing this. There's no repairing it. I mean, Bruce Party, as always, says it excellently. You can't fix this system. It's rotten from the inside. And I know the system gets turned against us. We're fighting against corrupted courts, liberal-appointed judges, self-serving politicians. We've got an establishment, legacy media, that's funded by your tax dollars that are going to oppose you no matter what. But we've got every way to bypass them. We have social media. We have roots around it. Who needs the damn CBC anymore anyways? How many times can you watch the Beachcombers reruns? And that's the last time they had something good. But we can go through YouTube. We can go through X. We have all sorts of things, Rumble. But most importantly, and how this movement is going to win is through us having one-on-one conversations with our fellow Albertans. You know, those who have heard me speak before, this is often a theme I have, and it's true. This is a personal campaign. People have a lot of emotion attached to it. They have a lot of sentiment attached to it. That's part of why some people get as angry as they do when they oppose what we're looking to change. And while we can clinically say, well, look at the system, look at the policies, look at the dollars, it only makes sense for us to do what we're doing. Yes, we can make that case, and we certainly do. But that won't move a person with emotional attachment. And we can't dismiss that attachment, because that attachment will still move their pencil or pen to a vote for yes for the staying in Canada on that question 10, just as much as any other rationale will. So we have to approach them on their level. And how does somebody move you away from something that you feel personally? It's not going to be some guy like me on TV or a brochure that comes in the mail or a commercial you saw online. It's through conversations with people you know and trust. That's how those things shift. That's how they move. Respectful conversations, one-on-one conversations. Ask people. That's something counterintuitive to a blowhard like me. I love my mouth being open much more than my ears, but I don't learn anything when my mouth's open. And you know what? A lot of people are really on the edge, but they don't feel like they can talk either. So even if they're not supportive of independence, but they sound like they're questioning, well, what are your concerns? Ask them. Be genuine. Talk to them. And guess what? Just about everybody does have concerns. And then you can extend that conversation. Because as I said, all roads eventually lead to independence because you hit that brick wall. Well, this is your concern. Well, how are you going to change that in Canada? You won't. Well, what about this over here? I'm worried about justice. Well, that's not changing. Equalization? Sorry. Constitutional reform? Come on. I mean, I didn't even have, you know, what's that? Elbows up. Yeah. God, that was bizarre. Hey, Fabio, look at the Federalist side purring along in his motorhome. Gives me the willies, that dude. But we can't underestimate them. I'm not too worried about Lukasik. I mean, Lukasik's just a guy who needed a job, who's trying to find relevance, and he's found a corner to make some noise. The ones we got to worry about are people like Jason Kenney. And look, I've got a lot of respect for Jason Kenney, but I'm thinking of the Jason Kenney of the 90s, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation Jason Kenney, the Reform Party Jason Kenney. Unfortunately, we went and sent him to Ottawa to sit under the dome and get auto-washed for decades, and he came back polluted. And now we got the Kenney we have today. We got to quit sending good Albertans over there. But guys like him show how we have to approach this debate for independence. If you look at the debate, if you had the chance to watch Keith Wilson and him debate, a lot of people said all Kenney did was fearmonger. All he did was talk about sentimental things, and it's true. But think about that, because Kenney is a smart guy. He's a skilled communicator. He's an experienced politician. So why did he do that? Because he's smart enough to fight on facts too, because he knows what works. He knows that pulling the heartstrings and making people scared will make them stay. So when our smarter opponents are playing that game, we have to counter it. We have to counter it right, respectfully, carefully, because those attachments, even if they don't make sense, it's a big decision we're asking people to make. And Kenney started with one of the ones we hear most often. You know, he talked about Memorial Drive in Calgary, where we're honoring our veterans and the people who fought in the wars, and how it's disrespecting them to have an independence movement. And look, my grandfather fought in World War II, and many of us had relatives or ourselves or veterans and so on. And they were fighting with Canada at that time. But they were fighting for freedom. It just happened to be with Canada. And I will never be ungrateful for what they did, the sacrifices they did. I've had it so much easier than those guys ever did. Their sacrifices made it so I could grow up, have a good life, and have the freedom to stand up in front of you here. We're lacking a lot of freedoms, but we're still can maintain a lot, and it's because of them. Never for a second am I trying to encourage anything that disrespects what those people did for us. And not just veterans, other Canadians who built this country. I appreciate that. But now it's time for change. Borders aren't forever. It's not an end of Canada, it's an evolution. That's what we got to remind people. So we got to remember when they make that case, though, they seriously might think that we are in this. I want my country back. I don't think we can get it back, but we can save this part of it. And yeah. And it shows our system itself and how difficult it is to try and change it within that. So it is broken, but we've got an opportunity, and the path hasn't been straight. It hasn't been how we wanted it to be. People petitioned, people worked hard, they hit the pavement. As I said, they had coffee thrown at them. I stopped at petitioning stations where they're freezing, blizzard-like conditions. Such dedication. None of that was wasted, not a bit of it. Because what it did was built the network and the base that's campaigning today. People interacted, they had a good time, and they're the ones campaigning now. So that was not wasted. Those signatures are going to get counted. Even if that question doesn't make it on the ballot this year, nothing they did was a waste. So this question's coming this fall, and no, it doesn't matter what we get on this question, we're still going to be in the same circumstance on October 20th that we were on October 19th. But I'll tell you why we got to take it seriously. Because unfortunately, we have to win it, because if we lose it, we're set back. They have an advantage. They can lose as many times as they like. We have to win every one of these fights. This is one that's in front of us. It's a curve in the road. It's a hurdle. But if we say, well, it's unfair, it's not a question I like, it's not going to be binding, so what's the point? Well, then if we come in at 20% on that, do you know how hard it's going to be to get the momentum rolling again to get a real question? So it sucks having to play by the rules and the bends that they throw at us, but still, it just means that we don't give up. We find a way around it, over it, under it, through it, whatever the hell we have to do, and we're going to have more than half of Albertans vote for option 2 on October 19th. And if 60, 70% vote that high, does that mean Premier Smith will suddenly support the independence movement? Who knows? Probably not. But you know what? You've really established things. We've made it undoubted. We're showing the will of Albertans that we're not accepting the status quo. It's putting the country on notice. And it also is an opportunity for some of the people who are still thinking about it to think about it a little longer. Because I don't know if we were ready to win the one yes and no question yet anyways. I mean, our campaign could have been a little stronger, to be honest, getting out of the gates. It might have been an unanticipated blessing in disguise. But the bottom line is we're Albertans. We're going to keep pushing. We know independence is the only path for us. Whether it's going to be next year or 10 years, let's just keep shooting for next year until we get it. But there's no bending, there's no turning back. Doesn't matter how many setbacks, I don't care how many judges, I don't care how many politicians flip-flop. We don't stop. We keep building this foundation. We maintain this network. We keep spreading. We have those conversations because the appetite's there. Ottawa will do the rest for us. The worst part of it all, unfortunately, is sometimes things got to get a little worse before they get better. And we know that nobody's pocketbooks are going to be getting more full. Nobody's freedoms are going to be more protected. We're one more sneeze away from being locked down over some fake pandemic. Nothing has stopped them from doing it to us again. Tamara Leach is here today. That was recently noted that they're coming after her again. They're going after her on appeal. They want to put her in jail for 7 years. What kind of country is this? We can't even put pedophiles away that long. This is a nation that's broken. When it's that vindictive and chasing people around on mischief charges for tens of millions of dollars in our courts, I mean, whether you agree with the protest or not, come on, the punishment is so far and beyond, but that shows a state that is fearful for itself. A state that sees a crime of people standing up to it as being one of the highest crimes it can imagine. That's an authoritarian state that's fighting against democratic rights. You know, we can make the case about equalization in our oil field and things like that, but that's the scariest stuff of all, is our freedoms. It's harder to define. People often don't realize that they don't have them until they've lost them. But once we make that case, this is why we got to do it, guys, because the long-term picture does not look good if we don't. But if we do it right, the long-term picture looks great. Alberta can be one of the strongest, freest nations on the whole planet. We can serve as an example, and it will help the rest of Canada learn how to operate themselves afterwards. We're not doing it to hurt Canada. We're putting on our life preserver. We'll save ourselves, and then we can offer them foreign aid and some tips on how to govern themselves later. So I'll leave it at that. Like I said, I want to leave it on a positive because that's what I love with this. Everybody's so positive. Everybody's smiling. We're working towards something better and we know it. We're enjoying each other. We're not here to be angry. We're not here to come down on other folks. We're angry about some things, absolutely, but the bottom line is we're working towards something better. And as long as we're doing that and we maintain that Alberta attitude of not waiting for anybody else to do it for us, we're going to get it done. Thank you for coming out, and looking forward to seeing you at future events, especially on October 20th when we've really told the system that we're done with it. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks, Corey. That was awesome. Thank you, brother. Fantastic. Come on, let's give him a hand. Thank you, Corey. That was awesome. Yeah, you kind of know why he's been writing for the Western Standard. And if you haven't done something specifically this month to move the ball forward, get a membership to the Western Standard. So you can have these articles and stuff, print them off, hand them to your friends, and then you don't have to have that conversation. All you're doing is planting a seed. So, you know that politics, poly being many, ticks meaning blood-sucking creatures. So Corey is saying this is urgent. This is life and death. For those that weren't here earlier, 100,000 people have died since 2018 waiting for surgery. We are a third world country. We are not a first world country. The West, lots of the world is looking at us and we are a joke. They're going, what is wrong with you guys? You know, an important preacher once said, if you're willing to stand forever, it won't take long. I don't know has anybody here ever heard of Ruby Ridge? Okay, so Ruby Ridge was a man who just wanted to be left alone in the bush. But the forces of evil will find you and track you down as long as there's somebody exists that does not bend the knee. People have left. Tons of Canadians have moved to Nicaragua. My friends have moved to El Salvador, and I don't blame them. El Salvador, look it up. El Salvador is safer than Canada. El Salvador, because they actually put criminals in prison there. Here, they just let them run around and do whatever the heck they want. Yeah, or elect them. Yes, that's true. So the next person I get to introduce is Max Diaz. All right, couple know now, but more might know Max as who's heard of the Freedom Calendar. Okay, so for those of you who've heard of Freedom Calendar, but you don't know who the brains and brawn are behind it, that's Max. And he doesn't get paid for that. He's been doing that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours just for Alberta. And he doesn't know that I'm going to do this, but, well, I'll get to that in a second. So he has 20 years, 10 years computer experience. He has tons of audio video experience. And thanks to Max, all this is set up and you get to actually hear what we're saying up here. And also, right now, thanks to Max, 300 people that couldn't make it are watching online. All right, and Max is an extremely hard worker and integral, and as you know, he's on the side of freedom. So if you need some computer work done, hire Max. He's available and needs work right now. And so that's all I'm going to say. I will let you speak to Max yourself. All right, get up here, Max. Give him a good applause. Here, buddy. Here you go.
I'm not gonna violate any laws. I'm not gonna violate any policies regard to how to use a microphone. I'm the one who's been telling people, get closer to the mic, get closer to the mic. How dare you? Anyways, when you sound tech, you know what it means. So I'm Max. I started a while ago a website called freedomcalendar.net. That website was initially used to catalog events for like many people. I saw a urgent need to catalog events because I saw that the only way to accurately or less reliably send the events to people was by by text messaging, which is highly inefficient and very decentralized. So I put this website together in 2023, July 2023. Later on, I began to stream events and just recording events from the Alberta Prosperity Project because for fun, it was cool. And later on, I began to live streaming events for many organizations, such as Stay Free, APP, and all those things. So this is perhaps my 200th video stream. I don't know. I lost count, by the way. But I think I'm pretty good at from the technical side of things, and that's kind of my talks here. So this is my first speech that I actually done in public. So you know, if you notice that I speak like an autistic kid or something like that effect, don't hold it against me. So today I want to talk about this side of things that you don't probably see on the camera that much because I'm basically the guy who's working in the back, and I can tell you doing a live stream, watching the sound from everybody when somebody's saying this, oh, it's not loud enough, can you play this, can you do that? Making sure that the stream is up and running, that nothing gets killed. To the 350 people watching online, and please share this stream, that really helps. And I'm gonna go back in a minute about that as well. So today I'm gonna talk about my journey, about how I joined the fight of the independence train, per se, and how I got there, what pushed me to do that, and also a few things that you can help. Mosquitoes. We need to pay more carbon tax to get rid of those mosquitoes, right? Bill Gates mosquitoes. Have you heard of those things? Anyways. So how did I get up there? So for those, I share a similar history like with Jason Levine and many others. I was basically moved here in Alberta almost 4 years ago. Here's my accent. No, I'm not French, by the way, just so you know. My first language is Spanish, not French. And I used to live in a place called Quebec, where all taxes go to die. And what woke me up just was during this pandemic. Oh, I said it out loud. During this pandemic, the Quebec government was very abusive against its own people. They imposed curfews on people. So after 9 p.m. or something, from 9 p.m. to 5 p.m. the next day, you're not allowed to transit in public. So you can actually get a very glorious fine of $1,536 and 54 cents. I know the amount. Go figure why. So that's what the government was doing. They were very, 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 very nasty against their own citizens. Unless they get your jibby jab, you're not allowed to participate in society. I had problems with my employer at that time. And that's kind of what happened. So I learned from my mistake that basically in Quebec, they were very nasty when it comes to policy. And that is what pushed me to work with freedom groups down there in Quebec. And so that's kind of happened. So later on, when I moved here to Alberta, I began to surround myself because I needed to get social eventually. So I started to go to town halls with the Alberta Prosperity Project. They were very small. And back then, their idea of independence was kind of bogus or not necessarily defined per se. So I began to surround myself with the guys from the Alberta Prosperity Project, made some social networking with people, and I got invited to other groups, other town hall meetings, and that's how my social network basically grew up exponentially. And then after that, as I mentioned, I was recording events. I wasn't live streaming events at that time, I was just recording offsite. And then one of the guys who really woke me up, and I said in public, it was Michael Wagner, I know who he is. Michael Wagner, when he was watching, I was recording a video, I believe in Brooks. Corey Morgan was there, Dennis Modry. So Corey Morgan, Dennis Modry, Michael Wagner was there. So he is one of the guys who actually convinced me that there's no way for Canada, for Alberta to stay in Canada. Canada is basically a country I grew up in, by the way. Just so you know, I wasn't born here in Canada. I was born in Chile. So my parents moved here in Canada 25 years ago. And then I moved here about 4 years ago, just so you know. But through Michael Wagner is when I noticed that Canada, the country I grew up in, no longer exists anymore. So that's Michael Wagner who kind of convinced me as well, too. Another lady, I don't know if she's here or not, if she's going to speak, is Kathy Flatt from the Alberta Women's Independence Network. Yeah, many people know her. Raise your hand if you know her. Just show your hands. Here. Raise your hand if you believe in climate change. Oh, that's it's a scam. Come on. So through her, I learned that Canada was in fact install a government that were selected to fit into the Canadian Constitution. So whoever tells you that you can't leave Canada, you can go and say, well, Canada never, Alberta and Saskatchewan never actually joined the Constitution. They were brought in, okay? So that's one of the things that I said, well, why Alberta and Saskatchewan, they have this abusive relationship with Ottawa is because they were never joined the Constitution. And that's another thing is that if you live back east, I mean, past Ontario, all the way to the East Coast. It's not on my speeches, but it's okay. They're culturally different from the rest of Canada, particularly on the West. So there's a cultural mismatch between what's happening on the West versus what the East, just so you know. So Kathy, she explained to me why. That's how. You need to read my notes there. So that's what essentially she is one who convinced me about that aspect of things. I put a lot of notes because I do a lot of technical stuff. So public speaking is probably my fourth in my priority list. So just so you know, that's okay. We all have your strengths. Some people they talk a lot. I just don't talk to them. I'm just like the autistic kid in the back doing everything. Just so you know, I'm not autistic. It's just my sense of humor. We can say that, right? So what are we up against? We're against the system. What is the system? Take a look at the system at this giant hydra. We have the unions, we have the feds, we got intelligence agencies, we have the legacy media, CBC in particular, for those who know the joke, for those who follow me actually. And we have basically the government and also installed government NGOs and government officials. Who knows about Gary, this guy who wants to take away our guns? Gary, he wasn't even born here. He was born in Sri Lanka. So why this guy telling me that we need to buy our guns? You know, that's foreign. I would say foreign intervention. I just gave my little foreign interference. Thank you. Awesome. So that's what you're up against, the system. We're up against censorship. I have right now, in this real time, 350 people watching online. Okay? That's a problem because on January 26, when I was at the Big Four, I have 5,500 people watching online. So there's a problem with censorship. And now what's happening is that if you look at how, because people just take a look at the video, they just watch it. Like people, when they watch a video from Derek Smith and Corey Morgan and all those guys, they see the trends. But we look at the analytics surrounding a streaming, and the government, I can tell you, that is really topping down. After you pass a certain threshold, the video doesn't get pushed to the algorithm. In fact, I said that I have 1,500 people watching at the Big Four in Calgary just recently, in January. I can tell you that ever since Bill C-9 was tabled at the House of Commons, Freedom Canada lost about 80% of the viewership. So, so all the people out there who say that it's just watching a video, just think that like the time it takes to put the environment, the amount of work it takes to put everything together. Like today, I just got here was about 7 in the morning to put everything together. 3 hours of, and then watching the stream over there. That's another probably 5-6 hours of work. So if you really think about how the social media platforms are being essentially running against us, that's censorship. You don't see necessarily that they're not going to censor people like me or people like Jason Levine and many others, but social media platforms are really doing a very good job at throttling our viewership. In fact, if you look at the history, if you look at BLC 9, BLC 22, and all those things, their main objective is to put individual content creators out of business. That's the reality of things. So, no, it's not even communist, it's the way it's designed. Yeah, so that's what happens, is that people need to understand that censorship is, and in this information warfare component, that's what we're up against. We're essentially trying to push the truth out there to people who are watching online, and now people who are sick couldn't come, that's fine. But that's another thing, is that censorship right now is one of the things that's being used against us. What we're up against, point 3, psychological warfare. You know, if you look at what's actually right now, what is actually out now, I think some of the folks were talking about the forever Canadian people, right? I got nothing against them, by the way. In fact, willing to talk with them at any time, except that what's happening is that the system is using some people, right? They're essentially using two people to go against us. This is what happened with the guy in Edmonton who just almost got run over by a car driver, right? What happened to this guy who was actually very upset that another guy was driving an Alberta flag? How is it possible this guy all of a sudden became so upset that went to physically attack somebody? That's physiological warfare. And you also have to understand that in their minds, they're in a bubble as well. All they hear is Daniel Smith bad, Orangeman bad, Separatist bad, and all those things on repeat over and over and over as a broken record. So when they see somebody with an Alberta flag, their brains just misfire. So that's psychological warfare. That is, in fact, because they've been brainwashing. That's a synonym of brainwashing. And also another component, a national attack vector, is financial warfare. I want to ask you this question. Raise your hand if you know somebody who has lost their job because of their stance on independence. People can see on the picture, they probably have like 30% of people who know somebody who has lost their job because of Alberta independence, right? In fact, I will say that I lost my job in 2024 in my previous work because I said that transgenderism is demonic and satanic and a mental disease. And the company issued a company policy 2 weeks later, and they got me fired, just so you know. That's another attack vector. So financial warfare is another attack vector. There are some people who literally told me that they could not attend to a state-free meeting, or they could not canvass because they fear that their employer will retaliate against them. That's a fact. So what do we do about it? Well, is to help each other out. Thanks a bunch. We hear ya. Open with the track over there. So what you can do to help people to advance their cause? Help people out. If you know somebody who is struggling, and I want you to, we are proud about 200 people here on site, on premises here. I want everybody here to at least get their phone number for the next guy next to you and say, you're awesome, you matter. Because when that guy actually falls down because he's lost his job or whatever happens, he or she needs, because there are two genders, by the way, whatever, he or she needs to have somebody you can call. Like, there are a lot of people who just moved to Alberta just to sustain the effort of independence. They're not here necessarily all the time. Like you've been hearing a lot of people say, I'm a 6th-generation Albertan, I'm a whatever integer generation Albertan, you know? It's like there are some people who are new in the game, and I know people who have been here just for 2 months in the game, and they moved here to Alberta because they want to help with the effort of independence, okay? So keep contact with people. Another way to help other people to sustain the cost is to engage with TPAs. We have Corey Morgan, we have Jason Levine, and many others. Engage and volunteer with them. Contribute financially. I'm not a TPA, and I don't plan to be a TPA anymore, but those guys, they need help and support to continue their efforts, right? Which is very interesting and very important, because what's happening right now is that back in the days, all the work was done through APP, but it was done through APP, but now we have many TPAs doing each one of the level work. So we have Jason who's doing, Corey Morgan who's doing only on science, by the way. Somebody else is doing other things, so keep helping them as well. Engage in the conversation. I live in Edmonton, a very left-leaning city, right? We call Edmonton or something. I like Edmonton, just so you know. I like the city. But engage in conversations. Like when I talk to people, is what is pushing you, or what is preventing you to think about this idea of Alberta independence as a viable option? I don't tell people that they're lunatics. I don't tell them they're nuts. I just talk with them in general, and they all say, like, they have the same struggles, that they worry about climate change, they worry about energy, this. They have just a different approach. But if you ask these questions, and you can basically turn your argument and present your arguments instead of telling them what to do, because that's already an extended way of doing things, that helps things a little faster. And I personally converted people who are very on the forever Canadian side of things, right? So that's another thing to do. Yeah, thanks. And also, I talked previously before about the cultural aspect of things. Assert yourself culturally. If you go to Quebec or anywhere else in Canada, like I was in BC the other day, right? What do you see in BC? Well, you see a whole bunch of Canadian flags everywhere. There are not many British Columbia flags down there in BC, right? If you've ever been there, especially past Kamloops. If you go to Quebec, if you go to Ontario, you see Canadian flags everywhere. If you go to Saskatchewan, I only saw the Saskatchewan flag when I was staying there, probably in 3 buildings. One is the legislature, one is the City Hall in Regina, and another one somewhere in between. In Alberta, we have to show up those Albertan beautiful flags, by the way. But if you go to Quebec, their fleur-de-lis over there, their provincial flag, it's everywhere. You almost don't see a Canadian flag in Quebec, where I was living at, right? So you need to show up and put your flags everywhere, assert dominance into that aspect, because that's how you show presence. Wear your sign. You ask Corey and bring your signs. That helps. But that is definitely something that you need to do pretty much right now. And where all those Alberta flags, like right now, I'm just happening to have, I was given this, the West was out. Where are those things? Like I'm in this city, so I can push around people this or not, but that's raise awareness, that shows presence. In other places in Canada, they only have the Canadian flag. Why don't you do in Alberta? Alberta and Canada are culturally different from the rest of the country. And if you live outside Alberta for a long time and you travel a lot, you notice how Alberta is actually different, significantly different from Canada, don't you think? Yes. So to conclude, it's a binary sequence here. If you're successful, we're going to have the most prosperous country on earth under the supremacy of God. If we fail, we're going to have Quebec 2.0, which is basically institutionalized corruption, sexual immorality, promiscuity, broken families, demonic LGBTQ, whatever, influence and godliness. And I can tell you right off the bat, that's actually what's happening in Canada, and in Canada, but specifically Quebec. It's not a place you want to live there. Thanks a bunch.
Okay, I just have a couple of announcements. The first one is if you drive a silver Infinity license plate, it's got a veteran's license plate on it, your car's on fire. Just kidding. It just needs to be moved. See? You give the bad news first and then the good news, and the bad news isn't quite so bad, right?
This one too.
So, okay, so silver Infinity parked on the south side of the building. You have a veteran's license plate, a support the troops license plate. That's got to be moved, please. And a black truck over here on the north side, 17 Papa 467. That also has to be moved. So now for my fun announcement. I did what I do, and without talking to anybody, I started a project. And then afterwards, I told people, hey, this is the project we're doing. So the project is absolutely awesome. How would you folks like to see something like the Forever Canadian Mobile, but Alberta themed, not promoting an outcome or anything like that, but just about Alberta, rolling around Alberta highways? If we were to do that, would you prefer to have a small, responsible motorhome that purrs and that we can pose in the back for late night live stream videos? Or would you rather have a 1,000 foot-pounds of torque, tandem axle, diesel pusher, 40 feet long? Okay, so I bought one. Yeah. And I didn't tell anyone before I did it, so now you know. Anyway, one of the things that Let's Talk Alberta is raising some cash for and it's more of a sponsorship thing, is we're going to do that bus up. And when we do Let's Talk Alberta events, that's the bus we're going to take. And it's a huge rolling billboard. I'll circulate pictures of what it's going to look like, but I have a meeting with the graphics guys. They were supposed to be here today, but I missed them somehow. I think I was busy. But we're going to get on this right away, and that thing should be wrapped and ready to go, I'm hoping, very soon. So, yeah, think about that and consider supporting Let's Talk Alberta for that. If nothing else, it'll get the conversation going like, hey, why are these people so proud of Alberta? Why are they representing Alberta? Let's talk about it. That's the idea. The second or third or fourth thing is, because I did that, of course, I'm not a wealthy man, so now I'm short on cash. So if you notice, at the front of the whistle stop, there's a green Harley-Davidson V-Rod sitting there. And I would appreciate it if somebody would buy that from me today so that I could replenish the money that I spent that I shouldn't have spent on this bus. It's a small sacrifice to make, but you know, I love riding motorcycles, but motorcycle riding has changed in the last 10 years. I feel like I spend more time defending myself against people who are trying to kill me on the highway than enjoying it. So I haven't ridden in like 4 years, and I'm probably not going to. So it's a small sacrifice to make for this rolling billboard. So please have a look. It's right out front, and you would look absolutely fantastic on it. And that's all I have for announcements, but I think Brandon has something.
Yeah. And he doesn't, he's too humble to be here, so we are making him be here. And just in case, for anybody that was not here when this was presented this morning, we awarded Chris the Spirit of Alberta Award. And I'm going to read it to you. The Spirit of Alberta Award is hereby presented to Christopher Scott in recognition of his invaluable commitment to Alberta and her people. Chris is a true hero and warrior who has stood valiantly and peacefully, speaking boldly to protect the freedom and future of Albertans. Chris is a powerful voice defending the rights of Alberta's sovereignty. His tireless advocacy has inspired countless people to cherish liberty and resist tyranny. Chris and his family bravely exhibit the spirit of independence and justice the province of Alberta was founded upon. A tireless guardian of Alberta's heritage, Chris fights every day for the people to ensure our communities and future generations can thrive in a province that puts its own first. Presented this day, July 1st, 2026 in Mirror, Alberta, and you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Let's give him a hand. And he doesn't know that I'm going to do this either, but there you go. You want to hang that back up? I had to take it down. And last, I had their amazing steak for breakfast. It was fabulous. So another way we can help him out is eat all of his food so he has none left at the end of the day. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brandon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
Brandon, that steak, do you know why it was so delicious? Why? It's lab grown. Just kidding. It's not.
You gotta keep it light. We gotta have some jokes out here.
We just passed the 400 people watching online.
All right, 400 people passed online. All right. Who was here last year? All right. So for those that were here last year, you would notice that there's probably about 30% more people here this year than last year. So it's growing. The word is getting out. You cannot stop the truth. A famous man said, it's been attributed to too many people, so I'm not going to try to pronounce his name, but it starts with Arthur. He said, truth goes through 3 phases. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. That is where we're at right now. We are in the second stage of truth. There is violent opposition. And then the third step is it's considered self-evident. For you here in the crowd, truth is self-evident. And so we need to push through stage 2 to get to stage 3. I love this country. I sang the anthem as a kid. When I was 4, watching Canada beat Russia was amazing. But that doesn't exist anymore. And this is the problem. People are trying to hang on to something that does not exist anymore. Where is the nation that takes care of its people? What kind of a nation allows 100,000 of its people to die waiting for surgery? That is not a nation. And for the life of me, I'm still waiting to understand. Like 6 months after Trudeau became Prime Minister, he said there is no Canadian identity. So we're just taking him up on his word, what he said. Why does that make us the bad guy? So, God bless you. Thank you for continuing to support all the speakers and toughing things out. And I have the pleasure to introduce Zane Novak. He leads Let's Talk Alberta, and he ran for mayor. But he's not the politics guy. He's just a patriot that loves his community and loves Alberta and is stepping up to the plate. And he also is running a booth just over there that sells bug spray creations. So that might be of help to you. So please welcome Zane Novak. Betcha, brother.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Okay, one clarification. I do not lead Let's Talk Alberta. They have qualified people for that. I am privileged to occasionally be able to speak at some of their events, however. So my name is Zane, and I am not a politician, but I was very actively involved in the community in Calgary for many years in the nonprofit, and not the NGOs that just take all your money. But that brought me, being involved in nonprofits, brought me into contact with a lot of political entities, municipal, provincial, and federal. And what I saw absolutely disgusted me. And so, yes, it did lead me to become involved in politics because I wanted to change things. And change isn't easy. It's resisted on all levels because people are frightened of change. But could you imagine if we never changed where we would be? You know, we would still be in the dark ages. So change is good, but you have to have an open mind to embrace it. And I think that that's what we're facing right now with our movement for independence of Alberta. We find resistance, and it's just out of fear. People are fearful of change. So I, as was mentioned, have my booth over there, so I haven't heard any of the speakers. So I apologize if some of this is redundant, and I'm going to keep it short and sweet, so it won't be too painful for all the audience. Fortunately, we have beautiful weather, no rain. Everywhere else has gotten rain so far today, but we've been blessed. But what I want to talk about, I mean, it's pretty obvious that we're on a path of non-prosperity. We're on a path of government overreach. We're on a path that compromises just not our futures, but the futures of our children, our grandchildren, our ability to have good education. We don't have that. Good health care. We certainly don't have that. We certainly are not debt-free. Did you know that only 17% of Canadians feel safe? And that already this year, 25% of Canadians have had to use a food bank? When you look at what we have for natural resources, that's inexcusable. And we're on a path of continued descent, not on a path of recovery. Our governments have done all that they can to destroy relationships with our trading partners at our expense, and we pay the price for it. Independence is the only way forward. We can talk about so many things that are disastrous, but I think it's important to think about where we will be when we separate. When we can start to tear down the trade barriers that we currently have with our other provinces. A lot of people do not realize how many tariffs and excise taxes we have and the restrictions we have on businesses just between provinces. I know an individual in Nova Scotia who has a brewery, and it is easier for him to fill a C can of his product and ship it into the New England states than it is to ship a case of beer to sell in Nova Scotia. It's insanity when you think about it, and that's the regime we're in. I'm not sure if Shane Meikle spoke or not, but he does a great analogy of all the trade restrictions from 1905 on that we've been subjected to. Things like the wheat pool, how the train system worked, all of these things that have been designed to keep us repressed and suppressed. And I've had a lot of people come up to me and say, oh, you know, we can fix this. We can fix this from the inside. But it's impossible because the system isn't broken. The system is working exactly the way it was designed to work. It's impossible to fix the system when Alberta, with a population of 5 million people, has 6 senators, and the entire combined Maritimes has a population of 2.4 million, and they have 34 senators. When the entire West, from Manitoba to Victoria, have 2 Supreme Court judges who were appointed by a Liberal government and are Liberals, and the rest of the provinces have 7. To open up the Constitution, we need us and 7 other provinces to agree, and the majority of the population, which would mean we'd have to have either Ontario or Quebec on our side. And that's just to open up and discuss changes to the Constitution. And we know that's never going to happen. And even if it did happen and we got Ontario on our side, Quebec still has a veto vote. This cannot be fixed from the inside. And what we face is a lot of fear-mongering because people fear change. Nobody will engage in a debate as to why it's better to stay in Canada than to be independent. So if you are in a conversation with someone, pick your discussion point. I'm going to ask you to do a little bit of homework. Pick a topic that you want to talk about. Become very familiar with it. Whether it is the military, whether it is transfer payments, whether it is Canadian pension plan, any of these things. And when you get into a discussion and people attack you, just remember, stay calm, because once voices are raised, defenses are up, and nobody hears anything. But just say, well, you know, this is why I was interested in it, because I did some research, and pick that topic that you're familiar with, where it's Canadian pension plan, and explain to them how it would benefit. Or another thing that I often say to people is, name for me just one specific thing that Canada has done solely for the benefit of Alberta. Not all 10 provinces and territories, just Alberta. Name me one thing. And MOU must be written on toilet paper. At least toilet paper is useful. Nobody has been able to answer that. And I go, well, think about it. I don't want to put you on the spot. Think on it. I says, but while you're thinking on it, I can name over 700 billion things that Alberta has done for the rest of Canada just with transfer payments. It's built schools, highways, airports, hospitals, infrastructure. It's supported all kinds of social programs. And we've overpaid with interest into CPP another 400 billion. We overpay every day into employment insurance. People don't take these things into consideration. That's what we've done for our Canada, but what has Canada done for us? Just, plant a seed. Another thing you can say when people say, I'd never vote for separation, I go, well, you really have nothing to lose by voting for separation because, according to that individual, we have no chance of success. And that's fine, that's their opinion. So what I always say is, okay, if we have no chance of success, then it's no threat for you to vote yes for separation. And here's why it will benefit you, even if you already think we won't separate. Think back to 1995 when Quebec missed their separation vote by 1%. What did they get out of it? They got the whole country bellying up to the barn supporting them. All the aeronautical industry out of Winnipeg got transferred to Quebec. They got all types of concessions. They never did adopt the Clarity Act. Alberta got called out on every media station when we used the Notwithstanding Act for the teachers. That's 4 times in the history of Alberta that's been used. Quebec has used it over 1,500 times. So it has benefited Quebec by coming close to a separation because it made Canada and Ottawa stand up and pay attention. Well, that would be a benefit to us. I think there's very few Albertans would think that we have a better deal in Confederation than Quebec. Well, one of the ways we could get a better deal, just using lines of logic and reason, is if we could get really close. Because if we only get 10% in the separation, well, that just gives Ottawa all the more authority to put their foot on our throats. So let's make them feel the pressure from us. So there's just 2 things. But now imagine, see how much time I have left. No, my phone turned off. What it would be like when we separate. Those trade barriers would come down. We would actually not be landlocked because it's very easy now for us to landlock British Columbia. So we're far more, 1,000-fold more of a threat to British Columbia than they ever will be to us. We would have the ability to do things like revamp our educational system, our healthcare system. We would have the ability to seriously look at projects like high-speed rail. It would not be out of reason to think that we could have high-speed rail if we wanted from Lethbridge, Calgary, Red Deer, Edmonton, Grand Prairie. Those things would be easily achievable because, number 1, we'd have the revenue. Number 2, we'd have the ability to cut back on the overreach of government where it takes years and years and billions of dollars to move a project forward. Look at the TMX pipeline that was done just a couple of years ago, went through BC. It went in the right-of-way of an existing TMX pipeline. That in private industry was budgeted to be just over $5 billion. The federal government got involved, and it became almost $35 billion. Nick Lenstra is the guy that owns Midwest Pipelines that did the pipeline. He's a friend of mine. He had 1,200 employees on it. We were having lunch in Calgary when it was going on, and we were talking about the cost overruns. He goes, well, it's a federal issue. He goes, we have 200 federal inspectors on that pipeline. He goes, Zane, there are not 200 qualified inspectors in all of Canada. But that's what the federal government put in there, and that's how it went from a $5 billion project to a $35 billion project. We could eliminate this. For the first time in the history of Canada and almost the world, we have the ability to start with a clean slate. We can look back at all of the other constitutions that have been done, not just currently by 195 countries, but historically. And we, with input from exactly people like us in this crowd, can create a constitution that works for us, still protects the environment, and protects the future for our children and grandchildren, because you can't fix this from inside. Our bureaucracy is so bloated that even if you elect a good person, they are powerless. Rachel Notley got in and hired 52,000 new government workers. And when Jason Kenney got in and then Daniel Smith got in, they didn't fire a single one of them. That whole bureaucracy is killing us. All those individuals have guaranteed incomes and guaranteed pensions. I don't think many people in this audience do. I sure don't. And speaking of that, this is a great community. I'm going to give a plug out to all the vendors. Make sure that you take a walk through Vendor Alley down there and support your community. If there's one thing we should have learned during COVID, it was to know who our neighbors are, like Max brought out. Who we can trust, who can bring us food, who can fix our car, who can help with our plumbing. But what did society learn over COVID? Stay home, watch Netflix, and order on Amazon and DoorDash. We've ruined and lost our community. This is community, and we need more of it. We need to know who we can trust and who we can turn to. And I tell you, I think a huge shout out to everybody who's come out here today on Alberta Day.
You guys are beautiful, guys.
With that, there's just so many topics on this that are all paused about what we can do and what we can build and where we can go. Our GDP right now of this province, when it's a country, would put us in the top 10 percentile of all countries in the world. When people say we can't survive on our own, that's insanity. We have more wealth. In the last 4 decades, 35 countries have successfully created nation states, and none of them had the resources, wealth, or intelligence that we have. We have it all here. That's my alarm going off. I got to go. But I want to thank you all for listening. Remember, anybody that strikes out at us, don't strike back. We're better. We're classier. We're going to do it better. We're going to do it more respectfully and with dignity. Lead by example. And just to build on a thought that John Brandon had, he mentioned about those 3 things. Well, the quote I'm familiar with came from Gandhi. And he helped India separate from the British Empire. And he said, at first, when you have a cause worth fighting and dying for, at first they will ignore you, hope you go away. Then they will mock you, they will ridicule you, they'll try to humiliate and embarrass you. And then they will fight you. And if you stick to your principles, number 4 is you win. We are going to win.
Thanks, brother. That was awesome. Thank you. That was awesome. Let's give him a hand. Woo! Woo, woo, woo! That's all the stuff that I want to keep saying, but they won't give me more time. Okay, who knows Keith Wilson? All right. Well, I didn't know that he was coming, but guess what? He's an hour out, so don't go anywhere. All right. I have the pleasure of introducing John Tompkinson. He's a very vocal advocate. He's served, elected on the school board. How many people have served in a school board? Okay, so we have a lot of work to do. We need to be serving on school boards. Please. He has 8 kids, so he's very invested in saving this province from the forces of evil, and that is the truth. It's the forces of evil, not our relatives that do not understand what is going on here, not the people that we love in Ontario that have no idea what plans their masters have for them. If you didn't hear me earlier, 100,000 people dead waiting for surgery. That's us next if we don't do something. So many people are worried about what could happen if. Well, we already know what's going to happen if we don't do something. That's guaranteed. It's coming. So I encourage you, go see the vendors, talk to your friends, get them a membership to the Western Standard. Find someone like Max and start supporting him with $10 a month. All this stuff makes a massive, massive difference. And so John is very, very involved, as I was saying. Did I hear that right, that you're an air traffic controller? Okay, so he's very committed to our safety as well, so you can trust him. And the most important thing is the TPA United Alberta flag. And so you see this gorgeous white hoodies that they're wearing. So make sure that you stop by them and find out how you can get one. Let's give John a great round of applause, please.
Yeah, let's go Alberta. Thank you very much, Brandon. I've been involved in independence and Alberta sovereignty for quite some time, and they've asked me many times.
Just behind the podium, please.
Many times to get up on the stage, but I haven't had the opportunity. And today, okay, Cameron, got it. And today we finally had the opportunity. We just came from bringing the United Alberta Flags third-party advertiser Independence float through a Canada Day parade in the city of Wetaskiwin. It's made its appearances down in Sundre when flags weren't allowed. We brought the float. It's made its appearance at the Ponoka Stampede. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. it's down at Calgary at a pancake breakfast for kickoff event for Calgary Stampede. And if any of you out in the crowd or watching here today would like to have a proud Alberta Independence float in your community event, just come on by our website, unitedalbertaflags.com. Drop us a line. We'll get it in there. Can't be denied we're a third-party advertiser. We're registered, so it's not a personal flag float. It has proven advantageous to play the system the way that they set up the system. Anyways, we've got a few minutes here. I was speaking to Keith Wilson on my way down here, and he'll be here shortly as well. I wear a number of different hats, and I want to talk about something specific about Alberta independence. And I want to talk to you about the different ways that everybody can pitch in and everybody can help, and that each conversation that you have with your undecided neighbor, not your hostile neighbor. Today, our float was in a parade right next to the Forever Canadian float, and we went over there and we shook their hands. We said it's a democratic process. We disagree with you fundamentally, but I respect your right to be here. And you should respect our right to be here. And through that parade today, yeah, we did get some banter, we did get some pushback, we did get some impolite comments, but overwhelmingly it was positive. We handed out 1,000 Alberta flags at a Canada Day parade today. That's teamwork. That's teamwork. My best teammate is in her hoodie. I don't know where she went, probably to find the kids. There she is. That's the Chief Financial Officer right there for United Alberta Flags, and also my best partner in life to get through all of these different challenges and to stand up for truth, even when it costs us personally, and it has cost us dearly in a number of different ways. Lots of people talk about equalization. I'm familiar with that. Lots of people talk about the taxation. I'm familiar with that. I'm on the Transition Council, authoring the white paper that's going to be coming out in about a month for a number of different areas. And most of us, this is the first time I'm actually declaring it publicly. I talked to Keith about it on the way down. Some of us are quietly anonymous for different reasons. Some of us are public about it. There's going to be considerable stuff there. The undecided voters is what we need to convince. Here we're preaching to the converted. I don't need to tell you why Alberta should have sovereignty. You know, you're committed. The Forever Canadians, they're committed in their camp. Our discussion now is for the hearts and minds of Albertans, the undecided ones before October 19th, to stand up and not be afraid. When you talk to your neighbors, how many are afraid to put up a flag? How many are afraid to have the conversation, or they might have a quiet conversation in the back? Come to my garage. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good idea, but you know, my wife or my husband or my kids or my aunt or my uncle or my parents or my boss. I was in that fear for a while. I work in a federally regulated industry. I have to be careful what I say and what I do. That doesn't mean, though, that we can't take a stand politically and stand up for truth, and we need to do that. There's two aspects to this campaign right now for every single sovereignty supporter, independent supporter in the province. There's hearts and there's minds. And there's a number of different TPAs and a number of different speakers talking about different things, all excellent. But we have to remember that for a large portion of the population, it's about hearts. It's about fear. It's about not being afraid of what to them is the unknown. It's about being proud again to fly an Alberta flag in the face of adversity And we must reach out to those people. That's what we're trying to do. If you want to support us in that, our goal is to paint the province blue. Yesterday, we picked up 2,500 flags from donors. Today, we handed out 1,000 of those flags and have orders for more. We're going to paint the province blue so that the rest of Calgary and Edmonton and Red Deer and Grand Prairie and Medicine Hat and Lethbridge look like this parking lot before October. And I'm not up here like social media calls these people grifters. Corey's a grifter, Jason's a grifter, John's a grifter, Keith is just a... There's all kinds of stuff being said. I've been told to go hang myself. We've been told to break apart our family. We've been told to do all kinds of different things. And you just smile and nod. Our kids were handing out flags today in the parade, and we told them, if you get any negative feedback, just smile and nod. Take the high road. Don't engage. It's okay. Do the right thing. So we'd ask for your support. We'd ask for your support to paint the province blue, to be involved, to talk to your neighbors, to remember it's about changing hearts and minds. There's an opportunity here to change our collective future and to strengthen the future for all the generations of Alberta, and it's a tiny little window of opportunity. So again, encourage you, if you have a chance, our float is up by the gateway, and if you've got a phone, take a look at United Alberta Flags. If you can make a donation, we can get more blue across the entire province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you. Love those hoodies. Those are sharp. I need to get myself one of those. Okay.
Can you believe this stream is running for almost 5 hours?
Yeah, absolutely. Loving every minute of it. I could go for another 5 if they'll let me. I have the pleasure of introducing Ben Trudeau. Who is here in Alberta. Woo! His 4 kids are here. He came in 2007. He didn't tell me this, but I'm assuming it's because he saw the writing on the wall and he knew that this was a haven protected from communism here. So he's written a book, and it is called Enough. Great title, Enough. That's his book. It's about how to assert your sovereignty. He has these books available over there. So let's welcome him. Let's give him a good welcome here.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Well, good afternoon. For those who don't know me or never saw me in that tour, yes, I'm related. First cousin, 14 removed. So that's how close I like to be from these men. I was raised, though, in a very political family. My dad's a speechwriter, PR guy, worked for all premiers of Quebec since the 60s. Many prime minister as well, except Stephen Harper. And I did work for Stephen Harper in 2006, the first Harper government. That's what brought me to Alberta in 2008. 2007, I came here for the first time and then moved here in 2008 as a bachelor. Met my wife in 2011. We have 4 kids. She was born and raised here in Alberta. All our kids are born here in Alberta. When I saw what was happening after having 10 years of full active politics in Quebec, in different circle, I was very involved in the 1995 referendum campaign. I was involved in the consultation that preceded the campaign in 95. That was a real consultation. And I was involved in the question of the 1995 referendum. I couldn't remain silent when I saw what was happening here. So I did wrote a book. I did wrote a book about the constitutional history of our country. I realized how little informed Western Alberta is from Quebec, and vice versa, by the way. It goes both ways, and it's intentional in the system we live in. So I come here telling that I'm not a separatist, and I'm touring with Chris Scott in this tour to affirm that the easiest way to sovereignty is courage. The easiest way to sovereignty is to have a political culture that start asserting what Quebec has been asserting since 1759. So in Quebec, there was a revolution in 1837. Hundreds of people died to assert their independence from the empire. 12 of the general of that revolution were hung in Montreal. 100 others were expatriated to Australia. And the English decided to make of the French Canadian a poor community to conquer them by poverty. So in 1900, if you were French, you couldn't get a bank loan. So what did the French did? They started a credit union named Desjardins. Aujourd'hui, Desjardins has, most probably you have insurance from Desjardins, and it's the largest credit union in Canada and in the North America. It has for 500 billion of asset. It has 7.8 million of members out of the 9 million Quebecers. Why? Because Quebecers likes keeping their money home. Not like here, where we send every Friday afternoon all of our royalties to the CIBC in Toronto, $500 million a week that we deposit every Friday afternoon in the CIBC, and then they make $2-3 million during the weekend, where we could put that instead in our credit union, like BVCU, who could serve our people. But Albertans don't have that mindset. And this is why I wrote that book, to start having that mindset, to start thinking about ourselves, to start thinking about keeping our money first, to start about collecting our taxes that Quebec has been doing since 1957. This is what birthed the equalization program. When the federal decided to collect income taxes, Quebec said, okay, we'll collect our own. And then the federal said, okay, if you collect our own, we want to take some of it. So they created the equalization program. The equalization program was embedded in our constitution in 1982 when it was unilaterally brought back by Trudeau and by most prime minister, because Quebec was not part of that patriation of that constitution. Quebec was left out of the patriation of the constitution. In 1978, Quebec filed 12 white books at their legislature. White books are visions. And these white books are still conducting Visions Quebec today. Whatever party goes there, Quebec is still aiming towards that vision of sovereignty, being sovereign despite whatever happens. After the 1995 referendum, Quebec said, okay, we will still want to be sovereign. We'll still control our stuff. So they've been controlling their pension plan since 1965. When the federal offered to create a program across the country, Quebec said, no, thank you. We'll manage our own stuff. Because we know what happened when you let you manage our own stuff. And today, the Quebec pension plan is worth $500 billion for 6 million insured. The Canada pension plan is $700 billion for 22 million insured. The Quebec pension plan is 3 times more performant than the Canadian pension plan. The Quebec pension plan owns more real estate in Alberta than the government of Alberta, with the Cross Iron Mill, the outlet in Edmonton. So this is what we need to do. And we don't need a referendum, we don't need a separation, we don't need anything to take control of our police, of our judicial system like Quebec does. Quebec has their own civil code. This is allowed in our country. We can represent ourselves abroad. Quebec has 38 embassies around the world. They don't go to the Canadian embassy. When you're in Paris, London, Tokyo, Washington, you go to the Maison du Québec, to the House of Quebec, not to the Canadian embassy. And Quebec has that. Quebec has 2 seats at the UN, not under Canada, under Quebec directly. So why don't we? All that is constitutional. We need to know under which law we are, and then we need to have the courage to take position. We need to have the courage to collect our own tax. We need to have the courage to don't send our royalties to Toronto every weekend so they can make $2-3 million on us every week. We have to be the courage to take over the policies and what is available under that constitution first. And that we can do tomorrow. So my call here is that, yes, participate in great number. We have to send a message, a clear message, to our provincial government. because we have to have the courage to take what is ours. There's no reason that we let Ottawa pull you over on a country road in Oyen for speeding. This is what we're doing when we let the RCMP in this province. When I moved here in 2008, I got so many tickets because when I was seeing an RCMP car, I would not slow down. They cannot pull you over in Quebec. And it took me 3 months to understand about 9 points before I got it right. So we need to be Albertan first. We need to decide our stuff. So I moved here late. I married Albertan. My kids are all Albertans. So to finish, I just want to tell you, how can I call myself an Albertan? And in Quebec too, we take care of our immigration. And we've been taking care of immigration for a long time. My sister is Vietnamese, both people adopted in 81. In 87, my dad worked to have the rest of her family moved in. And when they arrived in Montreal, in that time in Quebec in 1987, you had to go to a 5-day training. We teach you the history of Quebec, the value of Quebec. At the end of that 5 days, we ask you to sign a social contract. And if you don't sign that social contract saying that you will respect what has been taught that week, you don't have a driver's license, you don't have health care, you don't have social support, you go to Toronto. And this is exactly what the parents of my sister decided to do. They moved to Toronto. So bad. So I will tell you that we need to define what is an Albertan. And according to my experience so far, after close to 20 years in that province, having my kids all born here and being attached here as much as I was attached to Quebec before and even more, there's eight heartstrings that I believe that we need to be Albertan. The first one is enduring moral compass. So Judeo-Christian values define our laws and identity. Heartstring number 2, earned equality. Merit matters, not identity markers. Heartstring number 3, hands-off freedom. Small government, stay in your lane. Heartstring number 4, pioneer grit, family-centered, self-reliant, property-respecting. Heartstring number 5, real leaders, real results. Builders, not spenders. Conviction, not corruption. Heartstring number 6, wise land guardianship. Sustainable use by those who live here. We don't have to tell Ottawa what to do with our land. I think it's beautiful the way Alberta has developed itself in the past 120 years. Heartstring number 7, move or die accountability. Self-reliance, personal responsibility. And then heartstring number 8, proud Canadian Albertan. Honor the past, defend the future. So my call today is to keep up the fight, to change the political culture of this province. And whatever the result of October 19, the fight continues. René Lévesque, when he lost the referendum campaign in 1980, has one word at his speech: see you next time. Thank you.
That was exceptional. I am going to come and buy your book. Absolutely. Now, so there's a big, huge white truck right there that everybody can see. If anybody knows whose that is, please pass on to them. That is blocking all the traffic. Thank you. It was once said that we are planting trees under which we will never get to sit. Yes. So right now we're planting those trees. And I've heard people actually say to me a number of times, well, I'm just this person. I'm just this. I'm just that. No. You are an amazing daughter or son of the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. You are perfect. Absolutely perfect. And so don't let anybody tell you differently. There are no doorstops in this time. Every single one of you is of absolute critical importance. Yep. There's Canadians that have, like I mentioned earlier, there's Canadians that have moved to Nicaragua. I have a friend in El Salvador. I don't blame them for leaving. My Czechoslovakian friends, my Polish friends, my Russian. Oh my goodness, you have a Russian friend? Yes. Czechoslovakian friends. Woo! They all were in demonic communist nations, and they were brave enough to have the courage to leave for freedom. So I don't blame or disrespect any of the Canadians that have moved to Nicaragua. I've already made a decision. I'm not going anywhere. I am going to be here for whatever it takes, as long as it takes. If you do not understand communism, you leave, and where does it come? It follows you. All of my friends who left communism and thinking they were going to come to Canada to escape communism, well, guess what? We're in it right now. And so communism doesn't quit. It doesn't give up. It will just chase you down somewhere else. So I am making a stand. I do not know what's ahead. The people in Romania that were pastors that were arrested and kept in underground prisons for a decade. We have people here today, 4 brave men who spent 4 years in prison. For what? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Right? They're brave and they're heroes. And when they stood on the border, they had no idea what was coming their way. So I'm not gonna pretend that I don't have fear sometimes. I'm not gonna pretend that everything's fine and I'm just carry on because I'm so brave and courageous. No, I just know what I'm called to do, which is stay here and stand. I'm not moving to Nicaragua. I'm not moving to BC. I'm an Albertan. I grew up in BC, and BC is communist. And so I'm here standing for Alberta, making a stand here. And like I mentioned before, just in case anybody didn't hear this earlier, when a plane is in trouble, the first thing they tell you to do is put your mask on. You're putting, all of you here are here because you're caring people. You're all here because you're very, very generous people. You care about your neighbor. And the best thing that you could do for everyone in Saskatchewan and BC and Manitoba and Ontario and Quebec and Nunavut and Yukon and Northwest Territories and PEI and Newfoundland, I think I missed one. My apologies to you guys. So, keep on keeping on. Remember earlier I said, if you're willing to stand forever, it's not going to take very long. And when they keep saying you're the fringe minority, we're doing this peacefully. We're voting, which is supposed to be freedom of speech, right? Supposedly we still have that. We're voting. In the American Revolution, they tried and tried and tried and tried and tried to get the government's attention. And they said, go pound sand. Well, we're not, this isn't a revolution that's physical. It is a peaceful revolution. And so I just want to continue to encourage you that we are peaceful. We are doing the right thing, and we're doing the right thing for our kids. And thank you all for so much for being here today. And we didn't know who was speaking next, so you were stuck with me for a couple extra minutes. Okay, John, come on up. Unfortunately, I didn't get his bio, so he's going to have to do the speaking about himself. So let's give John a hand. Thanks, John. You're welcome.
I'm not going to talk about myself. My wife tells me I do that too much anyway. What I would like to do, I was asked to share. Anybody know who Donnie Bonner is? Yep. Did you see the bit online where he was virtually attacked in Edmonton and thrown into the street and almost run over? How about let's give him a little bit of love. Let's hear it for Donnie Bonner. We don't behave that way. One of the things I noticed when I saw the video of what happened to him was he did not get up and retaliate. He could have, and he would have been justified in doing so, but he didn't. So remember that when people are giving you a rough time, when they're calling you names or giving you a shove or putting a cigarette out in your cheek, do not respond with the same type of actions that they give to you. You're better than that. Now, I'm a Canadian, okay? I'm a Canadian. I've served in the RCAF. I've served in the Canadian Army. I love Canada. I really love Canada, and I want to save it. I want to save Canada because Canada is very important to me. My father was a veteran of the Second World War, landed in Juno Beach in D-Day. My grandfather fought for England in the First World War. We're a military family. My kids served as well. And here's how we save Canada. We get the hell out of it. I want to tell you a story. I had some friends. They had a nice house and they were retired. They were empty nesters. And what happened was that the brother-in-law of the gentleman who owned the house came and asked, you know, my wife left me. I lost my job. My house is being foreclosed on. Can I stay with you for a little while till I get back on my feet? And of course, this friend of mine said, absolutely, your family, you're welcome to stay. So they put him in the basement suite. And time began marching on. What this gentleman in the basement suite did was he played video games all night, slept all day, and one day my friend got up in the morning and went to make breakfast for his wife because he's a really nice 90s, 100s, 2000s kind of guy. He likes making breakfast for his wife. He went to the fridge and there was no eggs and no bacon. Turned out that brother-in-law had a midnight snack. So then he sat down and he said, wait a minute. It's now 2010. And he came here in 1987. Isn't it about time that we had a conversation? Now, what would you do with the brother-in-law in the basement? Come on, I want to hear it. What will you do with him? Kick him out. In the maritime provinces, equalization provides anywhere from, I think, 21 to 26% of the maritime provinces' budgets. Think about that. Without the equalization, these provinces would not be able to function. I think that Quebec only gets about 8.7%, but that represents between 13 and 15 billion dollars. Quebec has a tremendous amount of natural gas. They don't drill for it. They have a boatload of shale oil. They don't drill for it. What are we going to do for these provinces? How do we make them stand on their own feet? We leave. We leave. So I'm here to tell you that there's all sorts of reasons that I can give you. I've heard over and over and over again when I listen to people talk today about the reasons we have for leaving Canada. They're plentiful. There's lots of them, and we've all heard them before, but I'm going to give you one more. We keep talking about the last decade and Trudeau and Carney. Then people correct you and they say, well, wait a minute, it's not been a decade, it's been more than that. We go all the way back to 1905. And we've been asking and begging for things from the federal government since 1905. Well, I'm here to tell you that Canada is not broken. It's working exactly the way it was designed to work, and we need to sit down and shut up, or we need to leave. And I'll give you another example on that. In 1885, a gentleman named Louis Riel was on trial in Canada for rebellion and sedition. And he gave a speech to the jury when they were about to retire and deliberate on what his punishment or whether he was guilty or not guilty. And in that speech, he said a couple of things that you might find interesting. One thing he said was, we've been petitioning that government in Ottawa for years. They are not representative of our needs. They don't pay any attention to us, and the Northwest Territories government is exactly the same. We keep petitioning them, and they don't even respond, let alone deal with our issues. Does that sound familiar? That was in 1885. It's now 2026. So I'm here to tell you, folks, it's time to exhibit some courage. And courage doesn't mean to be not afraid. It means to do it anyway, even if you are afraid. So when people despise you, call you names, tell you you're nuts, crazy, and try to categorize you as insane, do it anyway. What I want you to do is look in the mirror every morning and recognize the hero that's inside you. Get out there and get it done. October's coming. We need to have a successful referendum. We need all the pressure we can to put on the federal government, because we need to send two people a message. The first is Art Carney. Art Carney, I'm thinking of the television show. Mark Carney. But mind you, they're both clowns. And the second one is Danielle Smith. When you listen to Benoit Trudeau, he'll tell you that we have the right to do the things that are ours under the Constitution, and we need the courage to do it. There's no reason why Danielle Smith has to negotiate $20 billion in carbon capture to get a pipeline. We have the right to control our own resources. She can just do it. We don't need the federal government's permission or a referendum to have an Alberta pension plan. She can just do it. We don't need the federal government's permission to have a provincial police force. She can just do it. So here's my rallying cry to you folks. Just get it done. Be courageous. Thank you very much.
I'm your fill-in for Brandon. He had to step away for a moment. So I'm going to have the pleasure to introduce Vicki Bayford. She is the past leader of the Independence Party, volunteer coordinator, born for many things, volunteer and coordinator, and born and bred 5 generations on both sides here in Alberta. Vicki knows what's going on. Please help me welcome Vicki to the stage.
Hello. This rain's actually a little bit refreshing now. What do you think? Yeah, it's nice. Good Alberta weather. Just wait 10 minutes and the weather will change. So we've heard a lot today, I'm sure, about why independence is so necessary. So I'm not going to go into that. But I'm going to talk about going forward and what we need to do as human beings. And I think one of the things that we don't recognize sometimes now is that we get caught in these little loops of these labels. And one thing that when I joined the Independence Party in 2020 that I actually resonated with is it wasn't a left or right movement. It was an Albertan movement. And as much as, you know, certain groups want to claim what the independence movement is, it's about us as people and moving forward. Oh, I'm good.
Vicki.
Thank you. So I want to talk to you guys today a lot about what we need to do moving forward. Moving forward, we have to start living by our values and our ethics and show the rest of this country and the rest of the world what Albertans are. They've tried to say we have no identity, but generationally, I was born here, raised here. My family, my grandparents, my great-grandparents immigrated here. And they brought us all up on a certain set of values that Albertans represent. And I've seen it from every part of this province, and I have literally been to every part of this province. And we are way more the same than we are different. Even if you are one of those people that technically votes on a different way than I might personally vote, those people still have the same values. They were still homesteaders. There's lots of generational Albertans here that still hold dear to the family, faith, and their freedom. Some people just don't realize yet that they're trapped into a system that they can't, escape, or they don't think that they can. And they think that if we just change the government and we're just nicer, we're going to get somewhere. That's not the case, and I think most of the people here realize that. So I'm going to ask you all to stop labeling people. Strip away the labels. Strip away the LGTB. Strip away the liberal label, the conservative label, the I'm an oil field worker label, I'm this, I'm that. Just look at people like human beings and take them where they're at that time. Because the more we strip away those labels and the more we can humanize each other again and have these face-to-face and have these gatherings, we will connect way better. I have, so my other half, Carrie, I think most of you guys know him. He's the guy running the stage over on the other end right now. He is a karaoke host on the weekends. So we get to deal and see lots of young people. We have lots of 20, 30-year-olds. And we don't throw them right down the rabbit hole because, their brains would explode if we tried to do that. But we do have really nice casual conversations, in between songs when we're singing. And we just talk. And, we have lots of people. You guys are so sweet. We have lots of people that, would never even think or even be open to, because they watch the mainstream media and they say, oh, well, if you're part of that label, then you must be this. And we do the same thing. We can't say we don't. I see someone wearing a rainbow flag around their body, and I'm going to automatically judge that person. And but that's still somebody's daughter or son or whatever that lived a different lifestyle than I did, had a different set of upbringing than I did, was probably indoctrinated by an education system through policies that were put through this government. So we have to realize that we have to take them where they're at and talk to them, because we're going to need every single Albertan coming up, going forward to make this work. We are not going to win this. We are not going to have a new system. We are not going to have our freedom unless we can connect with every single Albertan. So what I'm asking you guys all is to stop stripping away the layers of these labels from people and start having one-on-one human conversations. You don't have to necessarily start with independence or start with the rabbit holes, start with the WEF, but we can talk about their family, their friends, what their experiences were, and relate with them. Because I guarantee you will find one thing you can relate with every single human being on this earth. Whether it's a shared experience, whether it's a shared family, values that you share, something that you like, an interest, and you start the conversations there. So I'm going to leave it with that, but I just, like I said, I implore all of you for this to move forward, to start looking at your kids, your grandkids' friends, your kids' friends, and invite them in. Don't push them away based on a label. So thank you guys so much for coming out. I'm just going to ask, since it's raining now, and we're all cooled off now, I'm going to ask you guys all. I just want to hear one yell out. I am Albertan. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I am Albertan. Thank you guys so much, and keep up the fight.
Outstanding. That was awesome, Vicky. Thank you very much, Vicky. And in the spirit of the great Albertans of the past who came from all over the world and southern, eastern Canada to come to Alberta, a very, at times, unforgiving and harsh, difficult environment, and they toughed it out. And in that tradition, I really appreciate and recognize, thank you all for toughing it out right now. And so as we wait for Keith Wilson to get here shortly, we are going to take the break that we told you weren't going to get. So we'll take a short break, go find some shelter, go grab some coffee from Chris or a steak, and we'll get you back here as soon as the Keiths arrive. Thank you very so much, guys. So appreciate you. Woo! I am Albertan. Where do I put this so that it doesn't get wet?
Hey, Brandon.
Yes.
Brandon,
Yes.
I'm just going to shut down some equipment here while you took the intermission.
Okay.
Rain is affecting here.
Okay.
So, guys, we're going to intermission mode. We'll be back in a second. Sorry for those people watching online. We're just mitigating some stuff with the rain here. And I think they got the speakers. Yeah. Yeah, it started to rain right after that, and it's kind of dealing with the water here. So just pray that the water gets out, and just pray that the water stops ASAP, guys. Keep praying, guys. Keep praying. Keep praying that the water stops, guys. So for those watching online, sorry, I need to cut the feed in emergency line. Was just dealing with the water situation here. So that's why the camera is a little fluffy and kind of weird. So we just got word that Keith Wilson is here. So he'll be back in a moment. And Tamara Lish is also going to speak as well. So she's going to come soon. Oh my God, all that weather. So we have Keith Wilson on the house, eh? Isn't that cool? And I also got word that Tamara Lish is also going to speak as well, too. Oh my God, all that water. It just came up in an instant, just in 5 minutes. Oh my God, all that water came up. It just came up in an instant. So I have to, well, I'm already chilled it here right away. So there's no problem with the water, but it just came too fast for my tent to dissipate all the water. So I have to move things around a little bit here, make sure that everything is up and running, that nobody dies off or anything. So we're going to start soon, from my understanding. So I was also want to thank all the guys for the super chats, also guys from the e-transfers and sharing the crap out of this video, really helpful. So we're going to start, and we're going to start soon. What's that? Oh yeah, I'm on the camera right now. I'm talking to my autistic friends. That's fine. That's fine. You can come. Oh, it's already rolling. It's just that I switched the cameras. Yeah. Yeah, that was brutal. In a split second, I have like probably 4 gallons of water coming here. Okay, so they're gonna start soon, I guess. Of course, I got the feed for the sound. Of course, I just cut the main feed from the mixer. And also, one thing is that you don't necessarily hear the music what we have here because I don't want my videos to be copy striked. Just a second. I'll be right back in a second. Hey, Kevin, can you just take the backs for both cameras? That and the other one. There we go. Now I can see all my beautiful people. See, it's almost done. I can see all my autistic internet friends. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, absolutely. There are some people who say that there's no audio. It's definitely on your side because in here I'm pushing the audio. So it's on your end. And I can see all the levels here. So it's definitely on your end. Please check your computer. That's not my problem. You're autistic. No, autistic. Different. I often say autistic jokes, but just my sense of humor. A refreshing fixed sound. Well, because I'm not sending the sound. I wasn't sending the sound. Hold on. What's going on, Kevin? All good? Okay. Man, that water was brutal. Just probably like 4 gallons of water in about 10 minutes or something. Yeah. Keith Wilson, I on the camera. I saw him. He walked right through it. In the meantime, guys, I just want to see you in the comments where you guys are watching. I saw some people in Edmonton, people in Shower Park, people in other places. So just put in the comments where you guys are watching. Put on the comments where you guys are watching, just for the fun of it. I saw some people in Edmonton, people in Shower Park, people in Innsville, people in Calgary. I saw Lethbridge the other day, earlier this morning. So yeah, I just had some hail. Oh, some people got hail. That's terrific. So we got Cold Lake. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, Cold Lake. I know, yeah. Some people in Cal. What's up? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Max. How are you guys?
I'm gonna switch the cameras, guys.
Wow.
Sorry, Tamara. I have to mute them. Tamara.
Well, I hope you guys are having a great day. And
Tamara.
Yes.
Can you just go behind the podium, please?
Oh, sure. But then nobody can see me.
I do.
This is how intimidating I am, everyone. Yeah, gotcha. Very intimidating. You can't see me behind a podium stand. Anyways, thank you all for coming out today. It's amazing to have such a great turnout, especially we didn't know what the weather was going to do, but we want to get nothing?
Go behind the podium.
Volume, he said. Oh. Right here. Right here. Okay. Don't you know I don't like being bossed around? Just kidding. Just kidding. Convoys have been started for less. I'm just kidding. Anyways, I don't want to take up too much time. I asked specifically for the honor to introduce my good friend Keith Wilson this afternoon. And I just wanted to tell you why I think he's the one. Not only is Mr. Wilson a legal expert in constitutional law, not only does he have a ton of experience fighting for other people, but I had the absolute pleasure of being with him in the belly of the beast in Ottawa. And so if anybody truly knows how to deal with Ottawa and what to expect from Ottawa, it's Keith Wilson, in my opinion. So without further ado, my good friend, my lawyer, it's an honor to call Keith Wilson my friend. So everyone, Keith Wilson.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry about the weather. I'm pretty sure it's Carney's fault. Today is Canada Day. It's a day when we reflect on the Canada that we once knew, the Canada that we were raised in, the Canada where our soldiers in past world wars went off and fought for freedom. They fought for the opportunity for our children to have prosperity. And why we're all here today, and I haven't talked to each one of you, but I know why you're here today. Because you know that Canada that our veterans fought for no longer exists. And that the Liberals, the Trudeau Liberals, the Carney Liberals in Ottawa have taken Canada to a completely different place. They're spending away our children's futures. They're making the cost of living unaffordable. They're making it so our kids can't start families and can't buy a house. They're spending recklessly. They have policies and philosophies that don't align with how you and I see the world, the future that we want for our kids. So today, on Canada Day, I reflect on the Canada that once was, and I approach it with confidence, with certainty, that we can, here in Alberta, recreate those values going forward. We can preserve them, we can protect them, we can cherish them. And we can do that through a legal pathway towards independence. Those of you who have heard me speak know that I point out and I emphasize, Canada's an anomaly in the world when it comes to democracies. Our Supreme Court of Canada in 1998 laid out a legal pathway for any province, after voting in a referendum on a clear question, that province could become its own independent country. And that's the path we need to follow. And that's the path we're going to follow. It's going to be a rocky road. There's going to be hills. There's going to be valleys. There's going to be rainstorms. But we're going to get there. I'm certain of it. Now, tomorrow, there's going to be a whole bunch of fanfare with the Prime Minister and the Premier announcing this pipeline, this mythical pipeline. And to me, I just did a number of legacy media interviews today and yesterday. And they're trying to say, well, doesn't that mean to you that, Albertans should be happy and that all the problems are solved? No, this whole MOU and the pipeline issue is evidence of the problem. It's evidence of the problem. Our Premier should not have to beg Ottawa for permission to create prosperity. Our Premier should not have to beg Ottawa for the opportunity to create wealth and jobs and a future for our children. That's the reality we face in Canada. Canada is democratically broken. It will always be the case that Ontario and Quebec will decide what we can and can't do here in Alberta. The only way to change it, when I had my debate with Premier Kenney, former Premier Kenney, he volunteered in his own argument that our Constitution is unamendable. You can't change it. Meech Lake Accord failed. Charlottetown failed. The only way we can get ourselves to a position where the people who make the decisions affecting our lives are elected here in Alberta is through independence, is through a referendum. That's the pathway. It's viable and it's real. Now, I want to emphasize something, particularly on Canada Day. It's not like we're going to dig up Alberta and bring in a house mover and move it somewhere else. We're always going to be a part of the geography that is now called Canada. But what's going to change is, as I said a moment ago, we're going to be able to elect our politicians that make the laws on all aspects: criminal code, immigration, spending, taxation. That's the difference. And if those politicians don't meet our needs, we can unelect them. That's something that's impossible with the democratic structure of Canada. And as former Premier Kenney has noted, that's never going to change. So through independence, we'll be able to redefine our relationship with the rest of Canada as an independent country with leverage. Line 9 supplies the bulk of energy, fuel, diesel, oil, jet fuel to Sarnia and Ontario. They need us more than we need them. British Columbia, it would be 5 to 11 days if the TMX pipeline gets turned off before the Burnaby refinery runs out of fuel and nobody's moving in Vancouver. We have leverage. What we don't have is fairness or respect. through independence, we can achieve that. We can do it clear-eyed. We can be the adults in the room. This is possible. In the coming weeks and months, many of you know that Tanya Clemens and I have started an independence organization called Let Alberta Decide. Go to our website, letalbertadecide.com. Thank you for the donations so far. We are breaking records with everything we do. The support is incredible. I can share with you that later today or possibly tomorrow, we're going to break $200,000 in donations in less than 2 weeks. That's a sign of the support, and we're going to make sure that money is used strategically, effectively, and generates results. We have lots of interesting things coming. You're going to love it when you see them, but all of you have a role. You have to reach out to those around you who don't see the world through the lens that we do, who haven't yet realized the opportunity that's before us and the fact that there's no getting off this sinking ship called Canada from within Canada. We can only do it from without. But I urge you to be gentle and respectful with those people because it's really an emotional thing for a lot of people. So use the information that we'll be putting up on the website. Use the tools that we're making available to you to gently use the time between now and October 19th to persuade people to be willing to vote yes for a referendum. Because if we can achieve that majority and get people to start to open up and start to see what all of you see, to reach the conclusions that all of you have reached, we're going to win this. We've got this. We've got to do this for our kids and our grandkids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you. All right, let's give it up for Keith. Woo! 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 Okay, so besides the greatest honor of my entire life, which is marrying my amazing wife, I never thought I would be here for this moment that I get to introduce Tamara. Woo! 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 I've probably been pronouncing your last name incorrectly forever, so I'm not going to try. But I'm not going to take any more of her time. Thank you, guys. All right, welcome, Tamara.
Thank you. And don't worry about it. You can't call me anything I haven't already been called. Well, I wasn't expecting to speak today, so now I wish I would have went before Keith, because now I have to use big words. Wow, well, I'll give you basically a brief update on what's going on with Chris Barber and myself. As you know, we're still serving our house arrest sentence. We'll be under house arrest until October the 6th, and then we have a 6-month curfew after that from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., which I find hilarious because at my age, having to be home at 10 p.m. is really not a punishment of any sort. Like, really? I got to be home at 10? Oh, my God. Anyways, I mean, all we can do is really mock this situation because it's mock-worthy. So basically, oh, right. I don't stand still very well, Max. Stop telling me what to do. Just kidding. Where was I now? So we're still serving our sentence. I can be here today because we're performing over at the other stage, and I'm allowed out for work. I'm allowed out for church. I'm allowed out for my volunteer time at the local food bank in Medicine Hat. So it's really nice to be here with you guys, and I'm really happy that we could make it this weekend, or I guess not a weekend. And it's funny because for the longest time I was the biggest lover of Canada Day. I made sure that I took my kids down to the park every year, especially for the fireworks, and I was really proud of my country. And then, of course, you know, we saw the Trudeau Liberals get elected, and that went downhill real fast. And I stopped. I stopped going to Canada Day. I stopped caring about Canada Day until something happened in the winter of 2022. And then, of course, that changed my world. So I'm in sort of an awkward position now because I went from being, you know, heavy in the independence movement before the convoy to my experience with the convoy, which was amazing. I saw the best of what Canada could be. And all of you guys, thank you guys for all of the support that you've shown us. To now understanding what these people are capable of. If you are expecting that these guys are going to deal with you in good faith, you need to think again. We just got the paperwork a couple days ago for the appeals process. As you know, the Crown prosecutor is appealing our sentence. They still want to put me in jail for 7 years and Chris Barber for 8. However, they did give up trying to take his truck. So I think that's a win. I think they made themselves look like fools, and they at least dropped that. So they're appealing our sentences. They're also appealing the acquittals that we had on our intimidation charges, once again, because clearly you can tell I'm very intimidating. So they really want those 2 intimidation charges to stick. And they're appealing, and we're appealing, I'm appealing my conviction, and Chris is appealing his conviction and his sentence. So we still have a long ways to go. Put it this way, I never thought I'd have so many lawyers in my life. I'm just so grateful that they're like Keith and Neva. And don't believe all those bad lawyer jokes. They're actually really nice people. So anyways, I'm going to just keep this short and sweet, but again, I do want to thank you all for coming out. I want to thank Chris Scott for inviting us here today and for putting this on. Albertans Day at the Whistle Stop is getting bigger and bigger and bigger every year, and it's very heartening to see that. Is that me? Oh, no, that's a motor. Okay. And just to remind you that you don't have anything to be afraid of. Stand up for your rights. We have to fight for our rights. And even if that means we have to leave Canada, we have the people and we have the resources and we have the talent to make it happen. And change is scary. Change can be very scary, but I'm here to tell you that you don't have anything to be afraid of and that they're counting on you to be afraid. That's their whole playbook, as we've seen from day one. And it only takes one person, you guys. Just pick up the phone, make a phone call, and you can start something that'll change the world. It's that easy. And keep getting together like this. This is how we make this work, and this is how we win. So keep fighting and stay strong, and thank you all for coming out. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I don't want to put you on the spot. Just one quick question. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. So these guys usually are too busy to do this, but I'm just gonna ask Tamara to please give us one pointer. Okay, because I've been to so many of the events, and there's no chart. There's no charge. What am I going to do right now or in 10 minutes or tomorrow morning because of what I learned today? What am I going to do? That is what's going to turn this around. So I'm going to give this question to the expert. What do I need to do to help Tamara?
Exactly what I do. Trust in God. He's got our backs. He's got our backs, guys.
All right. Awesome. Amazing.
Thank you very
Amazing.
much.
Thank you, Tamara. Wow. So all of you sitting here right now, notice that it rained, and Albertans don't leave in the rain. The rain motivates us to step up to the plate and do something awesome. There's standing room only here. We are not the fringe minority. So, hopefully he'll be my friend one day. John, and his claim to fame is United Alberta Flag, is going to get up here and he's going to close things out.
Thank you very much. What a tremendous opportunity and humbling to be following those two speakers. And I'm honored to be working with them as well. And as we wrap up this Canada Day gathering here for Alberta, for sovereignty, for our freedom, I wanted to talk not about the TPAs, not about the flags, not about the signs, and not about the economy or the taxation, but about our shared values and why those values are different than what Ottawa has turned values in Canada into. We need to support our neighbors and we need to support each other. The values that Canada has espoused since the time of Trudeau, now a postmodern state, are not a nation with Judeo-Christian values. Truth is not respected and honored. Hard work is not respected and honored. Across the country, there are lots of wonderful Canadians, but the infrastructure behind the spirit of the bureaucracy in Ottawa has become rotten to the core. People have talked about it for years. Let's engage in a process for change. I'm engaged on social media, in person, at events, traveling up and down this province and across the country. I've been to Vancouver Island, I've been to Tuktoyaktuk, I've been to St. John's. And we have great fellow Canadians. I've worked in this country from coast to coast in a number of different federally regulated, but not federal jobs. Not federal jobs. And what I've seen is that the apathy in this country has broken the backs and the spirits and the hearts and the minds of Canadians, but Albertans are standing up. You are standing up. And we need to continue standing up in the face of adversity with perseverance, with love, with patience, with resilience to show people how it's done. In today's Canada Day Parade, some of our boys were helping to hand out Alberta flags, and we handed out over 1,000 of them. It was a largely positive experience, but we did have a negative experience. We had somebody say, "You support separation, you're a traitor and a treasonist." I get that quite often. They don't understand the meaning of those words, and they're confused, and we need to be patient and resilient with those people. Ottawa and the federal government no longer values family. I know I have faced the oppression of the federal government for the last 6 years in my personal life. I have faced the Federal Divorce Act and federal law enforcement and federal appointed liberal judges to the detriment of children and to the detriment of our community. But we continue standing even when it's difficult. Alberta will get through this, and Alberta will find its sovereignty. The support on the streets that we run into is overwhelming, but it is still quiet. It is still reserved. Even the supporters that you know, when you go home today, talk to them, encourage them to not be afraid, to fly the flag of Alberta, as we rally today on what might be our last Canada Day celebration. And so as we wrap up today, here in Mirror, Alberta, of all places, I'm going to encourage you to continue to do the good work, to continue to support the different organizations that are advancing independence, the third-party advertisers that are getting signs out and flags out and doing interviews and supporting Keith and supporting Corey and supporting Jason and supporting ourselves and the Women's Independence Group. All of these matter. And if you have the capacity, jump into the fray. Don't be afraid. The water's warm. Really, it is. It's a lot of paperwork. It's a bit of a pain in the butt, but it can be done. It can be done. As we wrap up here today, look at this environment and imagine on October 19th, Edmonton looks like this. Red Deer looks like this. Calgary looks like this. Medicine Hat looks like this. Lethbridge looks like this. Fort McMurray looks like this. And whatever town or community you are from also looks like this. And next year, let's gather to celebrate officially Alberta Day. Yeah? Bonnie's got a quick remark here, so I'm going to bring it around to her.
Max, you're not going to like this because I'm not on your camera. I'm not photogenic today. The next phase after town halls, where they're going to slow down for Let's Talk Alberta, we need to do house meetings. So that means if you can get a group of couple friends, dozen friends, 25 friends over to your house, and we can arrange to have someone talk to them, because it's unnerving for some people to come to a town hall or something like that. We want to get people talking to one another. So let's talk Alberta@gmail.com is our email address. And if anyone listening to this is interested in arranging that, please email it and we'll make that happen. That's the ground game. That's the next action plan. We don't have petition signatures to keep us busy, but we can line up house meetings. Let's make it happen. And is that it?
And I've got one last closing comment then, just before the rain comes, and I've been told to get off before it rains. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all come out here to support a wonderful event for Canada Day. Let's hear a great round of applause for all of the speakers, for Keith, for Tamara, for Chris, for Corey, for Jason, for all of the leaders that are helping to advance this forward. We're all in this together, and we can do this. We can become free. Thank you very much.
And I want to also thank the guys who are watching online. We have 400 people watching online. So 400 people watching online, which is great, great and awesome. So thank you very much for tuning in. When I'm gonna wrap these things up a little bit before it rains like crazy, I guess. And see you on the next one. Yeah. We're just told to pick up any garbage that you might have. We also ask you to pick any garbage that you might have, and also any dog poops laying around on the ground. Please pick them up as well too at the same time. Alrighty. Thanks for watching, guys. We were streaming for 6 hours straight.